Okay, Pauline, you are live and ready to go.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this video conferencing meeting of the Development Committee in December. Also welcome to members of the public who join us via video link and to those who have registered to speak. With me today are the officers who will present the reports and who offer technical advice. I'd like to introduce our Development Head of Planning, Officer Rowson, our Legal Advisor, Officer Doran.
Good morning, everybody.
And our two first presenters, Officer Parkinson and Officer Lyon, who will be supporting in Officer Parkinson in the presentation of our first two items on the agenda. We also have two members of the Democratic Services who will minute time speakers and manage the technical side of the meeting. They are Officer Linda Yaram and Officer Matt. Now, Matt, I can never pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. Have you got it down here somewhere? No. Oh, yes, Stembrovitz.
Close enough.
Is that close enough? Got caught last time. And we will be voting as we do normally with a recorded vote. Matt will call out your name and you vote for, against, or abstain. If you wish to leave the meeting for a short time, please try and do it at a convenient point at the end of a presentation. Otherwise, you could be exempted from voting. I will now ask Officer Rowson to explain the procedure for today. Thank you.
Chairman, you will see we have two major applications to be determined. Those will be presented by Jeff Lyon, the Major Projects Manager, and by the Case Officer, Rob Parkinson. And those items relate to Fakenham and to Holt. And as part of that process, you will also see, members, that there will be a revised recommendation for the Fakenham application, which will be presented on screen, and you'll be able to take a single vote on that item. And that's the key issue this morning. After those major applications have been considered, then there are two further items, items 9 and 10, at Stiffkey and Thorpe Market, which will be presented by Officers Darrell Watson and by Jane Owen. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Officer Rowson. Officer Doran, have you anything to say at this stage, or are we clear?
No, I think we're all settled. I think we understand the process we'll be following this morning now.
Good, thank you very much. Right, now I'll pass to the agenda. Any apologies for absence and any details of substitute members, please?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I have an apology from Councillor Clive Stockton with Councillor John Toy as substitute, and also an apology from Councillor Adam Varley, but I haven't been notified of any substitute for him. Thank you.
Thank you. This is an apposite time to remind members that if you cannot attend, then you are asked to put forward a substitute. If you find it difficult, you can, I know, ask Linda if she has anybody on her list who can stand in for you. I think that's correct, Linda, isn't it? Because you've done it for me before in the past. Deathly silence, but we'll take that as yes. Okay, now to pass to the minutes. This is quite amusing, really, because the minutes of the last meeting of the 15th of October, which I'm going to ask you to approve, was the one where we didn't have a meeting when it was cancelled. But we have had a sight of the fact that it was cancelled. So can I ask someone to say that they approve? Right, that's Richard Kershaw, and seconder Andrew Brown. So is that all right? Put your hands up, please, to say that you take that they're approved. Thank you. I think that's unanimous. Items of urgent business. I don't think we have any, do we, Officer Rowson?
None to present today, Chairman.
No, not to consider any objections, none today.
Correct.
Order of business will go as listed. So we go Fakenham, Holt, Stifkey and Thorpe Market. And can I ask you, please, has anybody got any declarations of interest here? Emails from various members of who are supporting or opposing the planning applications. So we take that as read. Can I ask those members who are listening in but who are not members of the committee and members of the public to please mute and also turn off your video so that I only have members of the committee in view and those members of the public who are going to speak at each application. I think that's it. If I could ask you please to remember that as a local member, you are allowed 5 minutes to speak. You will be timed. And those who are speaking, members of the public, you have 3 minutes to speak and you are also timed. So we now pass, after that introduction, we now pass to the first planning application on pages 1 to 86. This is an outline planning application. It's not a full application. It's PO/17/0680. And I pass to the officer who will present. That's Officer Parkinson. Rob, over to you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members, I just wanted to say thank you for reading a long report there that has taken a long time to compile with lots of different comments from everybody and the detail required basically reflects a 12-year project in getting the development from allocation through to consideration at this point. So it is appreciated how much time you put in. Thank you. Right, so in terms of the application that is before you today, the Development Committee is being asked to determine an outline proposal for what is essentially a mixed commercial and residential scheme on the northern edge of Fakenham. It's a much wider site than the application was allocated for development in 2011 on land north of Rudham-Style Lane on both sides of Watermoor Lane. A development brief was then adopted in March 2015 to refine the area for development, and this development brief sets out the general expectations for future planning applications. The outline application that was before you today seeks approval for a means of access only, but specifically requests the approval of certain master plans and documents, and these have been on the basis of what we've made our assessment of the site's ability to accommodate up to 950 dwellings and provide employment uses and a local centre and other facilities, which we're calling altogether the quantum of development. The future applications for reserved matters will ultimately need to be considered as matters of detail, but these plans that were before you today frame the broad content, scope and general area of development within this application. Hence, we've been quite concerned to ensure the application achieves a satisfactory balance between realising the expectations of the development brief and trying to be commercially feasible at the same time and deliver a scheme of houses necessary for the district. The proposal must also address the many different policies which are engaged by the principle of development in this application. The application has required an appropriate assessment under the habitats regulations and is also an EIA development application. These various factors have led to some extensive comments from consultees and some issues which we are satisfied will be able to be addressed by the appropriate design of reserved matters and by using appropriate conditions. I propose that we briefly recap the main points of the report and then run through the main plans in a presentation after that, and then I'll be very happy to take on any questions if we're not clear about anything in the report or in the presentation this morning. Officers are satisfied that the scheme is acceptable in principle. The application provides the majority part of the area allocated in the policy Fakenham F01, but it cannot deliver everything that's in that. The application has remained broadly consistent with the development brief, which was adopted in 2015, which itself identifies a quota of housing and employment areas and public open space. And the application has tried to keep very carefully within those broad parameters. The application provides more housing than was anticipated, but as proven in principle that it should be able to address the impacts of that extra growth and will contribute to a continued housing supply as a result. The application will provide as much employment land as it is in their control to able to be provided, and makes the best arrangements for enabling the adjoining allocated employment land to be delivered in as short a time frame as possible, and we consider that a significant benefit. The proposed local centre has the foundations of providing a suitable amount and location of development to serve the needs of the new community, which is what policy F01 required. Planning conditions, such as the quantum of development condition number 7 on the list, will establish the limits on unit sizes and uses so that there should not be an impact on the town centre, which is a concern that the Fakenham Town Council raised, for example. Other conditions will ensure the impacts of the application will not exceed those which the supporting information and the environmental statement have assessed and mitigated against, i.e. no more than 950 houses and no more than 100 beds within the hotel. The hotel and the public house site are shown indicatively and are generally supported in that location next to the roundabout. But whilst the principle is acceptable and the applicant will need to confirm the floor space is consistent with policy CT5 in due course, we will nevertheless need to go through the quantum of development condition to establish the size of that pub. We will also need revised plans further to those that were provided within the last week to make improvements that we believe can go a little bit further than what have been shown before. The scheme, subject to all those details, will be able to be acceptable in principle. We believe that any alterations would not be a dramatic difference to what is before you today, but will benefit the key approach into this site and anything west of Watermoor Lane in the future, and will more closely align with the development brief. Turning to the school, the applicant has now shown that the 2-hectare school site can be increased by an extra 0.5 hectares, and the school may also include a proposed nursery should the Education Authority feel it necessary, and that will satisfy the Education Authority. Sports pitches have been a source of concern to Sport England, and they've objected on the basis that the site does not include sports pitches within the development. Officers, as you may have picked up in the report, consider it unreasonable to expect sports pitches now, but the development brief didn't require it, and instead we have arranged a suitable Section 106 contribution to be able to benefit local sports facilities instead. The report describes where officers consider it appropriate to spend that contribution, which we can look at in the presentation. The housing mix that the applicant has been able to use to provide a proving layout has shown that the scheme can accommodate the requirements of policy H01 and the requirements of affordable housing at an appropriate density. Importantly, when addressing some of the need for design character areas and to minimise the extent of development on Rudham Style Lane, we've considered it necessary that Rudham Style Lane is only used for self-build housing or custom build housing, and that should be limited to 30 dwellings. All the proposed highways works have addressed the County Council's concerns and don't preclude any possible further works if necessary in the future. So that includes minor improvements to the Shell garage on the A148 junction, which is relatively small but of significant benefit. The new roundabout that's being provided on the A148, the improvements to the bus gate at the bottom of Watermoor Lane to avoid people needing to use the old railway bridge, and other improvements around the site. We've worked closely with the Environment Agency, the Highways Authority, to ensure that any issues that have been raised have been investigated, such as looking at the junction of Thorpeland Road and Greenway and Holt Road, and the Highways Authority are satisfied that there's no unacceptable impact created. Some recent comments and comments from the public and the Town Council have been concerned about the Barsham Road A148 junction heading to Wells, and unfortunately this application, it's not proportionate to do works for that junction within this application, but this application nevertheless provides significant improvements to the highway network in the area. Looking at drainage, a technical solution has been found to address the concerns around foul water capacity and treatment, and that has enabled the scheme to pass the appropriate assessment test in principle, and the surface water drainage has been resolved with a different design which has satisfied the Environment Agency's initial concerns and the lead local flood authority. The appropriate assessment through the habitats regulations and the residential amenity and design considerations are all areas that have relied on a successful master plan, and the conditions proposed will ensure that they remain as key tenants within any permission so that residents have enough open space for daily recreation and to minimise the need for visiting internationally designated sites at the coast or at the River Wensum. The design and landscaping concerns that have been raised in the report largely come down to the fact that everybody would like to have more detail so that we are definitely sure that the scheme is able to provide what it needs to. They're legitimate concerns, but they are also easily resolvable by the work that's been done behind the scenes in producing what we've called a design code, and that is something that we will require by condition. The report describes how significant efforts have been made to create the basis of a successful design code, and if we can illustrate how and we can, if you want, Madam Chair, we can illustrate how a condition will cover certain elements of the design code if members wish to receive further comfort on that front. The design code will also go a long way to addressing many of the issues raised by the Fakenham Town Council and the Landscape and Conservation Officers. Environmental protection colleagues have raised concerns over the presence of the adjoining poultry farm on Thorpeland Road and employment areas on Thorpeland Road and Clipbush Lane, and also general air quality. In the matter of air quality, planning officers are satisfied that the impacts from this development are kept to an absolute minimum. They'll have such a small impact, but an impact nonetheless. And the scheme has included the mitigation which is feasible through its design and landscaping treatments. The noise and dust impacts from adjoining employment areas will be addressed by investigation and mitigation through reserved matters, and has shown a successful design and principle, such as setback distances and potential use of acoustic fencing if proven necessary. The concern over the poultry farm on Thorpeland Road is fair, but officers consider that the balance of probability is that the poultry farm will be unlikely to be brought back into use and is more likely to become employment land in the future. Even if the poultry farm does start to be used again for poultry rearing, there will be opportunities within the reserved matters of the residential scheme to provide mitigation for the future dwellings. So taking all those points together, we can now say that the development in practice will work, and we just need to look at the principle of the delivery and its viability and its planning obligations. So we've looked at this as being a phased development, and the scheme will come forward in phases. Indicatively, it's suggested that there might be in the order of 150 to 270 dwellings per phase, and that's a significant development in its own right. So the build programme might be 10 to 12 years, for example. Conditions will require a phasing programme and will set out the expectations of each phase, but key infrastructure will be required from the outset, such as the access points and the school within the first phase and the local centre within the first phase. The indicative phasing plan at the moment may need adjusting. For example, that there are elements that you'll have seen in the plan that were sent to you, such as the cycle lane that runs from Rudham Style Lane up towards the school. That might need to come forward in some form in the earliest phase. The allotments also might need to come forward a little bit earlier than phase 3, for example. So those things are which officers will negotiate with the applicant before permission is issued. Conditions are proposed expecting the 10-year build programme and will contribute to a continued supply of housing and will ensure the employment land is available in the first phase, which we consider to be very important. Section 106 will require affordable housing reappraisal within the later phases to potentially increase the baseline value across the site. And we'll talk about that baseline value of affordable housing in the rest of the meeting, no doubt. Because the planning obligations and affordable housing have been a complicated issue to reconcile and recommend to you today. Officers have recognised that the affordable housing is significantly lower than the 45% expected by policy, and that's largely due to the significant construction costs of high infrastructure, such as the access roundabouts and the drainage schemes. So that impacts on the viability. The applicant has now proposed that the scheme can be viable at 17.5% across the piece, which is different to what went into the report originally. So that's changed the report from 15 to 17.5%. And that figure has been verified by our consultants and is found in your update note dated the 8th of December. However, those costs that arrived at 17.5% did not account for the inclusion of a travel plan within the site, which at £530 per dwelling is quite a significant cost to be borne by the development and roughly equates to 1% of affordable housing provision. So the inclusion of a travel plan would bring down 17.5% down to 16.5% or thereabouts. And that would be verified by our consultant. But that 16.5% is what officers now recommend as the baseline figure. And we consider that a travel plan to be essential to embed sustainable travel habits. If it's undertaken effectively, it will minimise the impacts on the town through reducing car travel and improving the community cohesion and links. So in the opinion of officers, a travel plan should be required. And therefore, the recommendation has changed slightly from what you've seen previously. Officers now recommend that the baseline affordable housing figure is 16.5%. Of course, members may take a different view. In recognition that 16.5% may be uncomfortably low for members, the committee report has outlined where some amendments could be made to increase the amount of affordable housing provision on site. And those are described in the report, such as including renewable energy in the scheme has incurred an extra 1.2% cost, and the costs of indoor sports provision might equate to an additional 1.5% cost. However, officers are clear in that their recommendation is for 16.5% affordable housing across the development, and for a permission to include a travel plan, and for the permission to include the 10% renewable energy features within the site, and for a permission to include a Section 106 agreement that requires indoor sports provision contributions. and therefore that is the officer's single recommendation, and members may be entitled to take a differing view as the decision maker when exercising their planning judgment. This sets out I'll set out that recommendation in writing at the end of the presentation, but that's my verbal presentation to you today, members, and I'm happy to go on to the quick run through of the plans if you find it helpful. Okay, we'll do that. I'll just try and share this screen. Share screen, there we go. So I hope this is going to be clear enough. I've tried to make the plans as big as possible. Please shout up if nothing's showing properly. I've put this plan up because it's the site allocation policy, which of course has started this whole urban extension off. And as you can see, it covers far more than the application site, which is roughly in this location here. And then the allocation FO1 was dictated by was sort of refined by the development brief, which you'll have seen previously. And the development brief showed broad concepts for development of the area that we're looking at today, including the provision of the spine road, use of roundabouts, linking routes through to Rudham-style Lane and Clay Pit Lane over here, and the designation of employment land on the right-hand side. And it also set out a development framework schedule. That's probably too small, and I'm not sure if I can make that any bigger, but basically what it says is that there's a certain quota of employment land, there's a certain quota of residential land, there's a hotel, and importantly, the open space provision around the site. And I think it's worth just mentioning that the applicant has been very careful to ensure that they are in broad consistency with this throughout the whole presentation of the application and the negotiations that we've had throughout. And then the broad master plan turned into an indicative framework here that we can see, whereby it sort of puts more flesh on the bones, such as including the local centre and the position of a school and the hotel up against the roundabout. And it included important parts like the different types of landscaping within the site. And then following that development brief, we've been able to receive the planning application, which, as you can see, includes all the area in red, but doesn't include the Brickkiln Farm development, which is currently underway for 78 houses. And it doesn't quite include all the employment land because this area represents 2 land parcels in different ownership. Broadly, that's these fields over here. That was a photograph from about 2018, I think, by virtue of the fact that the development of the poultry farm hadn't started by that point. And the application includes a parameters plan, and this sets out the broad concepts of movement through the site and the land use designations. So we have a green corridor here where previously there wasn't, which is a significant benefit. Green corridors around the eastern side, an important green wedge on this northeastern edge, western edge, and different areas of public open space up here for natural areas, which is where the attenuation pond is, and allotments up at the top corner on the key movement corridor along Grove Lane, which will be reinstated. There are significant benefits to this scheme. And what that might look like in practice is this indicative master plan here, which is set out, again, clearer indication of where the allotments come in at the top right-hand corner, and the larger attenuation pond than was ever envisaged for the sustainable drainage strategy, movement corridors throughout the site, the inclusion of lots of pocket parks on this northern southern axis axis, and I think that's a really beneficial scheme because it adds a lot of character to the development. And one of the benefits will be that we can approve this development framework master plan here to ensure that the reserve matters come forward broadly in this form, and we'll set that out in conditions. This is the employment land. Obviously it's outlined, so those blocks of buildings are only indicative, but at least they show how the site could be realised. And you can see from here that we might be able to provide a link through to at least one of the other employment lands here, and also provide an access into this Lime Tree Farm allocated employment land over here. So that's a significant benefit of the development as well. This is the hotel and public house site in the top left-hand corner. And as you can see, we do have a little bit of concern about how close that public house could be to the roundabout. We would like to see it cut back a little bit further, a bit more green landscaping in the way that these areas are set behind some landscaping and tree planting as well. And we've explained the reasons why in the report. In terms of phasing, I know you've seen this previously. I'll just reiterate that it is indicative only. It's probably hard to see at such a small screen, but basically it corresponds to the idea that all this area would come forward in the first, might come forward in the first phase. I do apologise. The second phase might include this area down here and the link road all the way through. As I said in the presentation, the employment land it will be required to be enabled to be developed within the first phase. The accesses are all full details. So what this very complicated plan shows is that there are 4 principal improvements being made, and these will all be delivered either in the first phases or as close to that as possible, depending on the number of people moving into the site. So there's the roundabout on the A148 at the top of Watermoor Lane and joining Norwich Long Lane, and you can see that here. We've gone into that in detail in the report, addressing how access can be provided onto the roundabout from the Wells direction in a southbound manner. Similarly, access into the new employment land over this end at Clipbush Lane, that will be improved by providing this new diversion of Thorpeland Road, which will provide publicly adopted access at the top corner onto Thorpeland Road, and will provide the means of new access into the employment area here, which will then allow development of Laurel Farm to the north, and eventually provision of Cherry Tree Corner Cottage at the top of Thorpeland Road at the top of the site over here. One of the main highways features of the development is the inclusion of a bus gate between Claypit Lane and Rudhamstyle Lane here, in order to avoid traffic having to use the bottom of Watermoor Lane and the railway bridge on Rudhamstyle Lane. Even though Rudhamstyle Lane has been improved recently with the addition of footpaths to do with the Lovell development over here, it's still necessary to try and avoid all the traffic needing to use that bridge, and so the bus gate will provide a southbound access for buses only, and a northbound access for buses and cars leaving town. So that's a happy compromise, in our opinion, to allow townspeople from this part of Fakenham to still get up to the A148 as much as, or as relatively easily as possible. We can go back to any of those if you wish. I would just point out that this over here, which is, I know it's hard to see, and I apologise. This is the Clipbush Lane A1067 and A148 roundabout, which is possible to get through the closed up Thorpeland Road at the top here, and the planning application proposes to allow reinstate that path up to the roundabout and provide a new crossing over onto the north of Thorpe Pond Road, which is one of the important aspects for green infrastructure and public rights of way enhancement in the area. I don't propose to run through this, but this is a slide demonstrating the broad content of the design code condition that we expect to put on, which we've mentioned previously, and which is listed as number 12 in the committee report. So that will do a lot to allay the concerns of landscape design and town council officers. So that wraps up my presentation, and it leaves me to just provide the officer recommendation in writing to you, which is that we consider the application should be approved. We recommend that it's approved subject to just making some changes in respect to the hotel and public house area, and subject to completion of the Section 106 agreement, which I'll just remind you now stands at 16.5% affordable housing, and all those other contributions listed in Section 23 of the committee report. And for the avoidance of doubt, that includes a contribution for indoor sports facilities. And that 16.5% could possibly be increased. The applicant will say that it's unlikely. I appreciate that. It may be increased if we can discuss further the viability appraisal results that came through, which are different to the interpretation of our consultants. So the approval will also be subject to conditions, which, for the avoidance of doubt, includes a travel plan and includes 10% renewable energy on provision on site, and an additional condition relating to self-build and custom-build plot designs, which we've described in the update report of the 8th of December. And finally, any other conditions that may be considered necessary at the discretion of the head of planning. So that is my recommendation. Sorry, our recommendation. It has taken a little while to get that into a sensible format for you, but I appreciate your attempting to understand what was put before you originally, and thank you for your understanding of that. I'll leave this up here, which means I can't really see you, unfortunately, but I think it's useful to have that before you. So
actually, Rob, if you could remove that just for the moment, please,
Okay.
until we get to the voting point, because I can't see anything now. All I
okay.
can see,
All right.
so nobody can see anything except the recommendation.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rob. That was an excellent, excellent presentation. Very clear. This has been a difficult application to read through, so much of it. And I commend you for the work that you've done. Jeff, do you wish to bring in anything here as you are in support of this one?
No, I think Rob's done a very good job of his presentation. So I'm just here in case any questions come up that Rob isn't able to answer.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much. Well, we now go to the various parish council and proposed, etc. Now, because I'm not hosting this, I can't see little blue hands. So can you please, if you wish to speak, go back to the old-fashioned way, because I'm a bit old-fashioned, and wave at me so that I can note you down. And Linda and Matt, if I miss anybody, will swiftly tell me which of you is asking to vote. So Linda, I'll pass to you. As far as I know, it still stands that there's no parish, no town council representation here.
Yes, Madam Chairman, that's correct.
We have no opposing speaker.
No.
But we have two supporting speakers. And the first one is Kirsty Clifton. Are you here, Kirsty? Oh, yes, you are.
Thank you.
Now, Kirsty, you have 3 minutes from the time that you start speaking, and Linda will set off her wonderful kitchen alarm to tell you when to stop speaking. And I will stop you then. I'm sorry, even if you're in mid-sentence.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, over to you.
Thank you, members. This application seeks to bring forward the development of this strategic allocated site, the principle of which was underpinned by its allocation in 2011 for mixed-use development. It draws together the comprehensive assessments that demonstrate the site's suitability and deliverability, and the submitted plans set principles for the amount of development and associated open space, but do not propose to fix the design. The key consideration for this committee is therefore the scope of development proposed based on those parameters and the primary means of access. As noted in the committee report, the layout and design principles will be fully refined through the design code that will be agreed with the council following the grant of outline consent and prior to any detailed reserve matters being submitted. The scope of this has already been discussed in detail with your officers and was presented at a meeting of the Town Council in January to assure officers and members that a comprehensive approach to the detailed design of development will be followed. As referenced in the development brief for the site, the scale of housing proposed warrants the local centre as part of the scheme to cater for local and community uses within close walking distance of the new community that will live here. Likewise, appropriate space has been provided for a school in response to the advice of the County Council. Land proposed for a hotel allows for the prospect of a pub to reflect the operational preference of a wider variety of operators, but that will be subject to full assessment and design. The proposed access arrangements have been fully considered in direct consultation with the County Council and in response to queries raised directly in relation to the application to ensure this scheme fully mitigates the increased traffic it will cause. Additional highways modelling and refinement of on and off-site highways works has been carried out to ensure suitable capacity and connectivity for all users is provided. All measures are agreed with the County Council and secured directly through proposed conditions and Section 106 agreement. The habitat regulations assessment undertaken by the Council has been informed by a drainage strategy for the development that is supported by both the lead local flood authority and Anglian Water. The proposed measures will restrict peak time drainage flows from the site and prevent any downstream issues in relation to the River Wensum as a result of the development. It has also been informed by the open space parameters and associated enhancements set as a result of that process, and will be secured by condition in the Section 106 agreement. In your committee report, you will see a number of concerns from various council officers, all of which can be controlled by the comprehensive list of conditions proposed, as well as through the Section 106 agreement and subsequent design code. We've sought to respond comprehensively to all matters raised, addressing these through additional assessment and refinement of the submitted plans to ensure the appropriate delivery of this significant site. Thank you very much, members.
Oh, thank you, Kirsty. Kirsty is representing the agent. I now have Mr. Hatfield, Chris Hatfield. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can we see you? Can you push your...
I can't. It says you've disabled it.
Oh, dear. Matt, can we do
Oh,
anything?
no.
Yep, there we are.
Oh, yeah. Right, yeah. No. Mr. Hatfield, you're going to present on viability.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes as and when you start. Thank you.
Thank you. A detailed viability assessment has been undertaken by Savills to consider whether the scheme is able to sustain full policy provision of affordable housing, together with the various 106 contributions, which total more than £7 million. Unfortunately, due to the high cost of infrastructure, delivering such a large scheme, the development can't deliver a fully compliant level of affordable housing, as you've seen. The viability assessment has been broadly verified by an independent consultant acting for your council, who agreed most matters, with 3 exceptions being Section 106 indexation costs, dwelling build costs and affordable housing revenue, leading to 2 different affordable housing recommendations of 15% and 20% by the consultants. We don't agree with the council consultant's position on dwelling build costs, which are drawn from the East Midlands and East Yorkshire, and as such we don't believe costs are achievable in the local Norfolk marketplace, other than by the largest of the volume house builders, and accepting those costs would inevitably have a consequence on design and scheme quality, which we want to avoid. The approach Savills have used is consistent with our ICS best practice, is backed up by case law and was used in your own local plan viability review in 2019. However, in order to seek agreement, our client has agreed to concede the other points that were in dispute. We've previously confirmed to officers that we were prepared to proceed on the basis of 17.5% affordable housing, which is 166 homes on a policy compliant tenure basis without the need for a travel plan. We note officers have now recommended committee approve 16.5% affordable housing, which is 157 affordable homes, but with the additional requirement to undertake a travel plan, which again, we agree as a baseline. I confirm that if committee were minded to defer the off-site indoor sports contribution of circa £713,000 pending the outcome of future viability reviews, then an additional 11 affordable homes could be offered. Similarly, if committee elected to remove the obligation to provide 10% of renewable energy, this would enable an additional 5 affordable homes. We've put forward a comprehensive Section 106 viability review mechanism through the life of the scheme, which will have been adopted on other major schemes and is known to be acceptable to house builders and other councils. Frequent future reviews could provide your council with the ability to seek additional affordable housing in the future or replace any deferred Section 106 contributions that you agree as part of this initial planning decision, should the housing market improve or if actual costs are less than the current forecasts. At no time, and I must stress this, at no time, however, would the scheme ever deliver less than the agreed initial level of 16.5% affordable housing. Overall, the application accords with the development plan and includes justification for any departures as allowed under the relevant policies. We therefore hope that members will consider the proposed planning balance and overall development acceptable, and we hope that you'll support your officer's recommendations. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Hatfield. Now, the local member is Councillor Cushing. You have 5 minutes, Councillor Cushing.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I'd like to start by reiterating your thanks to Officer Parkinson, who I think has done a superb job putting the report together and then giving us such an articulate presentation. To put in context, this is one of the most significant decisions in the 1,000-year history of Fakenham, looking to increase probably the town's population by probably around about 20%, which will take it up to circa 10,000. I would say I'm fully supportive of the proposal in outline, because it's going to give much needed housing, not only to the town, but also to the district. I do feel, though, there is something of a conundrum at the heart of this development, and something that is really highlighted in the Fakenham Town Council submission, which is how do we integrate this development with the rest of the town, so not only does it benefit the new estate, but also the whole of Fakenham. And to that end, it is absolutely essential. There is no way that you could actually have car access from the estate directly into town, because that would give far too much congestion to the existing roads there. Therefore, the only travel towns by car will obviously be on the A148 from the west, and also to the east via Cliffbush Lane through down to Holt Road. Therefore, I think a travel plan is absolutely essential in terms of how we get bus routes working properly, cycle access and pedestrian access into the centre of the town. I also think that the Town Council made a very good point about the local centre, which would be part of the first phase of the development. I think it's really important this does not become a rival to the town centre. Looking at the town centre itself, certainly it was struggling prior to the pandemic, and I know anyone who's been there since, certainly the pandemic has not helped matters in anything. So we need to make sure that that town centre does what it needs to do for the local development, but does not take away any trade from the town centre as well. Clearly, such an influx of new people to the town will require sort of heavy demand to find employment for them. So I do believe that we need to sort of, as part of this, as we go through, look at that employment land to the east, see what can be done to help that, and also incentivise people to establish new firms and factories. I know Fakenham is relatively well blessed in terms of employment with its industrial estate and a number of the factories we have around there, but certainly we're going to need plenty more in order to make this fully vibrant development. I'll take a couple of matters on the roads. There is a development of the new roundabout on the A148. North of that, there is Norwich Long Lane, and I noticed the County Council suggests that should be single lane, southern only access. I would not agree with that. I thought it must certainly help the flow of traffic to make that a two-way lane. So I would hope that once the development of that goes through, that we can discuss that in more detail and make those proposals. Another minor point I would pick up is around the proposed cycle development on the Clipbush Lane roundabout, which would go over the A148 to Thornton Road. To my mind, I think that's something of a nonsense. That is one of the busiest roads in Norwich, and I can't imagine why anyone would want to be trying to get over that road, either cycle or walking. And also Thornton Road to the north is a narrow road with some hairpin bends, so I wouldn't really thought it particularly conducive to getting wanting to encourage cyclists to go up there. So I think I'd hope that when time comes, we can look and challenge that one in more detail. I do want to say, I think one of the things which I do really am pleased about development is the number of green spaces in there. Given the size of the land that we have available, we have a real opportunity to create an estate of beauty, which is really conducive to the well-being of all the residents who will live there. And I'd cite as probably a good example of that is the Thorpe Marriott development in Tavern, which has a big wedge of countryside going right the way through it, and plenty of green spaces in there. And I do think something I wonder, I'm really pleased we've got sort of pocket parks in there, and I think something that we do need to secure as we go through. And also, when we look to come to the reserve measures application, really ideally, hopefully, not have on-street parking, which is one of my great bugbears as well. And I think there's also plenty of provision for good parking for residents in there in terms of that. We'll probably debate more about the affordable housing. Clearly, it's all members want that figure to be as high as possibly we can. Heard the argument saying that 16.5% is about it. Obviously, if there's any opportunity to increase that when we come to reserve masses, that would certainly win my endorsement as well. So in conclusion, Madam Chairman, do support the development. I think it needs to be carefully managed as we go through the different phases in terms of that, but overall I'm sure it will have long-term benefits for the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cushing. Now I am going to, which we don't normally do, because this is such a huge development and affects the whole of Fakenham, I'm going to ask the other two local members for Fakenham if they would like to contribute. I don't think Councillor Punchard has sent in any anything, but I can see Councillor Rest would like to come in. So same conditions for you, Councillor Rest, if you wish to speak for approximately 5 minutes. If you could cut it down a little, I would be grateful. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I do promise I will speak nothing like 5 minutes, that's for sure. First of all, as you, just so that people do know, yeah, Fakenham does have two separate wards, north and south, and Councillor Cushing represents the north, which most of this project currently starts in there, but they will blend in together. And as Fakenham is such a big area, we tend to work most things together as much as we can. I'd just like to really endorse the fact that I agree with what Councillor Cushing is saying. This project has been now going on for a long time. In fact, I think that Rob was probably much younger looking then when he started it than he is now. My only thing that I would like to think about, I think it's important the number of affordable housing that we can accommodate. Every area needs it. And from my previous experience with working with Victory Housing, I know how important it is. My only suggestion would be, and I know that there is this talk about another sports indoor facility. Fakenham is quite blessed with sports facilities. We have the racecourse, we have the district council owned one at Trap Lane, and we have various other facilities. I just would wonder when we come to the final details, etc., the construction of this hotel, which has obviously got a generous piece of land, whether we could consider putting the sports facility along with the swimming pool inside the hotel facility that is open to the public, that would incorporate into the cost of that, which would therefore maybe allow more affordable housing to go back to the original concept of the 17.5%. I'm really not going to say any more. I don't get a vote on this, but my vote would be to go, please, with this application. It's been around a long time, and we have a good opportunity here to increase within the area. Thank you very much for letting me speak, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Rest. That proposal that you've put forward will obviously go before Officer Parkinson and Lyon and the applicants. Now I go to members. So far nobody's waving at me, but can I ask for hands? So can I just call it out? That's Councillor Mancini Boyle, Councillor Lloyd. Who else wants to speak? Councillor Toy, Councillor Fitch-Tillett. I'm just noting these down so I don't lose you. Councillor Heinrich, Councillor Pearce. Have I left anybody else out? Councillor Yassimi. If you could just give me a prompt, Matt, if I lose anybody. Okay?
Yep, no problem.
Right. So we'll go to Councillor Mancini Boyle, please. You have the floor.
Oh, so I thought you were going to put me on the timer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, you are on a timer, actually, Gerard. I have to tell you, but you do know that.
I probably need it. I'll try and be brief. It's just two quick questions, probably for Officer Parkinson. I was very disappointed that there's only 10% renewable within this scheme. Am I assuming that's going to be solar? And my second point is any of the scheme going to be passive housing standard? And the next point really is I'm a bit disappointed that we're building yet again all these houses, and in the year 2025 gas boilers will be redundant. I would like your views on that. And my second question, briefly, have you had any talks with the developers? I know it's early stages with regard to SIL payments. I know it's quite a big development and there's a lot of money when it comes to SIL payments. If you would be kind enough to answer some of those questions, please. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Rob, do you want to answer these now, or do you want to answer if there are any more in one block? Rob, are you coming on to answer my question? That's it.
Sorry, Chair, my mouse wasn't working too well. I'm happy. I've made a note of every question and concern that Councillor Cushing and Councillor Rest and Councillor Mancini Boyle have raised. I'm happy to do them as and when members raise them, or I'm happy to do them all at the end, whatever suits yourself.
I think it would be more useful to do it at the end so that we can run through all the queries. Is that all right with the three of you who've already asked questions? Councillor Cushing, is that okay? And Councillor Rest, I think. Right, thank you. Thank you, Gerard. Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is indeed a good report. I'd like to start by thanking Rob. It's very thorough. But there's a few things I'm disappointed about with this report. As all members will be aware, we've got a huge coastline in North Norfolk, much of which is under threat from rising sea levels as a result of climate change. And I note on page 74 of the report that at least 10% should be provided, 10% of renewable energy should be provided for 10 dwellings and 20% for 100 dwellings. So I'm disappointed that we're only being offered 10%, and further disappointed to hear this morning, unless I heard it incorrectly or understood it incorrectly, that there's some sort of compromise. You know, we can have more affordable housing if we drop all the all the renewable energy. Well, I just find that unacceptable. As I say, if I've misunderstood that, I apologise. But I think all companies have a huge responsibility to climate change. It's going to affect our district more than most. And really, I would have expected better from this. I do note the local members, and I'm really pleased to see that local members are in support of this and in agreement with that support. But there are concerns around it. The low to be bargaining affordable housing when we've dropped from a standard of 45% down to 16.5%. Notwithstanding all the other measures that the S106 monies that are coming forward. But to me, the climate change aspects of this development just don't stack up for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lloyd. I now pass to Councillor Toy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think there's a bit of a theme developing here because I have the same questions about the renewables. I mean, from my point of view, understanding what Councillor Lloyd said about the 10% and the 20%, if we're only applying 16.5% affordable housing, perhaps those 16.5%, those affordable houses should at least all have renewables on them. That at least would be an improvement. And also the other question I had was, we know where we are now, and as Councillor Mancini Boyle said, we're getting rid of gas heaters. 2025, I think, was it correct? And this project's going to take 12 years. Will those standards be reviewed at each phase to ensure that we stay preferably above the minimum standard? So yeah, big environmental questions, which hopefully we can discuss further with all the points everybody's made. My other question was the space for the school. Is this development just supplying the space, or is it supplying the school as well? So that's just a straightforward question. So thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I'm going to add to what's already been said. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Toy. I now go to Councillor Fitch-Tillett.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm very pleased Councillor Lloyd brought up the impact on the coast. I just want to query, are we expecting a visitor disturbance contribution? Is this going to be applied to each of the new dwellings? You have to bear in mind that we are very close to the area of outstanding natural beauty and also the marine protected areas, and we have found through the summer there has been a huge impact on both of these through the visitors, and I know that Mark Ashwell is working very closely on visitor impact contributions, and I just want to make sure that these will be applied. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fitch-Tillett. I now go to Councillor Heinrich.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's just to note one or 2 points. I think first we need to remember that this has been a very long time coming, and there's been a huge amount of work gone into getting it to this stage. That's involved compromise. I think any agreement has to involve compromise on both sides, ours as well as the developers, and we're pretty well there. I've got a few minor niggles. One, of course, is the amount of affordable housing. It is a significant drop in an area that needs affordable housing. But then again, we also need to deal with the renewable energy issues, and whether the changes the government will be making to types of heating and so on will mitigate that 10% somehow. I don't know. I'd welcome any opinions on that. A couple of other relatively minor concerns will be dealt with, no doubt, in the detail, is the design of that hotel. It looks like a well-known budget chain in terms of its layout, and we all know what they look like. So it'd be a shame to put an ugly building at the gateway to that part of the town. The other thing is, will there be monitoring of the traffic on the A148 as the development goes ahead? Because I can see the projected traffic growth may well change, and it may go down if none of us can afford electric cars in a few years' time. It may well go up. As to whether we'd keep an eye on that and the impact on some of those problematic junctions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Heinrich. Just to point out that matters of design have still to be decided. So, you know, a boxy shaped hotel may very well turn into a thatched, superb premise. We don't know, do we? So we have to sort of disregard that for the time being. Okay, now we go on to Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I am in support of this scheme. I know the Fakenham area very well, having lived there for several years, and my father still lives there. I think, obviously, you know, with all the questions that members have asked so far, I myself am very upset that they're using low-cost housing, affordable housing, as a bargaining chip for, should we say, fossil-based fuels or etc. to be burned. I think that is a low point on the application. We all want better applications, better specifications to live in. We are going, you know, whether we like it, whether we don't, we are going to a greener climate. We need to look at these things in far more detail than just being a speculative one at this stage. But I also say that the report presented today was very thorough, was also very concise in the fact it had to deal with a lot of information, a lot of detail, which quite clearly has still got to be dealt with when we go further down the line. But I do think that the points raised today needs to be put into a situation where we can refer back to them, because we need to get these niggling points, these little points of conversation and question put to rest, so that we can go ahead and build what everybody hopes to be a nice, pleasant, modern, green-backed estate that could probably show the way to the future. So, you know, I do think that those points need to be said, and I've said it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Now, Councillor Yasimi.
Yes, I'll keep this brief because most of the questions I was going to ask have been asked already. Nigel has stolen my limelight. I was going to bring up the renewable energy thing, but that's already been dealt with. Councillor Christopher Cushing, you brought up the aspect of seeing this as two separate things in Fakenham. Am I allowed to say I see it as one, actually? The road leading into the second bit isn't the only access, is it? People can get there by foot. Is that correct?
Chairman, through you for Councillor Yasimi, yes, that is correct. And that is part of a connectivity line that's introduced in the master plan.
Yes, and also I would like to congratulate this substantial report, very well put together, and I see it as a way forward and a very good light for the future. That's all I have to say, really.
Thank you. Councillor Fredericks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, and thank you for the outstanding report. I want to underline and put in bold about the affordable housing. I'm incredibly disappointed that we are not seeing a bigger allocation. Also, when it comes to the affordable housing, what type are we looking at? Are we looking at socially rented? Are we looking at discounted? Can that be cleared up? As for using the environmental paragraph as a bargaining chip, I find that very, very disappointing, where air source heat pumps have come on leaps and bounds and can be attached to every single home. I really cannot understand why you wouldn't do that. In this huge block of housing, I'm flabbergasted that this isn't being suggested, or renewables are just 10%. I'm really very disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer. Councillor Fredericks. Is there anyone else wish to speak? I don't normally allow second dubs at it, but as this is so important, Gerard, you may speak. Be brief, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. Just to put Councillor Fredericks' point across. Yeah, I mentioned passive housing standard. Now, passive housing standard is heat source pumps, airtight buildings, and recyclable solar panels. There's an example of this, I'm sure you're aware, of Carabreck. So the technology's there. We're already doing it, and it's flabbergasted me that we're still 10% and probably not even got one heat source pump in the whole of the development. It's disappointing, to say the least. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. I think we have to take the point that this is a 12-year spread of building, and that some of the recommendations, etc., that have been put forward will have to be reassessed at each phase. I now ask Officers Parkinson and Lyon to reply to the queries that the councillors have put forward. Who's going first? Right. Officer Parkinson.
You going first, Rob?
I think Jeff, Rob's going first.
Okay, Rob, you go first, and if anything, I'll pick anything up at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
So it's probably easier to go through every councillor's questions and rattle them off if we can.
Yep.
So the Councillor Cushing identified issues with the cohesion with the local community, and other members have also pointed out whether this could be accessible by pedestrians and cyclists, and I would say that every effort has been made to ensure that that is the case, exploiting all the local links that will lead up to that northern area of Fakenham. In a similar vein, Councillor Cushing was concerned about the use of a cycle crossing over the roundabout at Clipbush Lane up to Thorpeland Road. What I would say is, hopefully it came across in the report, but there is a real paucity of links to the north of Fakenham on the other side of the bypass, and so this was a suggestion put forward by our colleagues at the County Council's Public Rights of Way team as just one opportunity to try and improve access onto the smaller, quieter lanes. And I appreciate that that is not a particularly easy lane to walk or cycle along, being so narrow and twisty, but it is one of very few opportunities to get into the countryside from this site. It doesn't come without its own problems, because to put a safe crossing over there, the landscape officers and the highways officers have identified that trees on the roundabout would need to be cut back, if not removed, which is a bit of a concern. And so if there were opportunities that could be explored for a different means of access, that might be something that the Development Committee want to explore, but it would slightly alter the recommendation that members put forward. That said, those kind of things are being looked at through the use of Section 106 funds for green infrastructure links off-site, so we could lump everything together. Councillor Cushing's concern about the use of Norwich Long Lane being made two ways. That's been looked at by the County Council previously, when there was, members may be aware that I think in about 2018, there was an opportunity for the council to bid for housing infrastructure fund funding from the government. And one of the projects that was put forward was exploring whether that road could be made into two-way. And essentially, at the moment, there is not the adopted highway carriageway width to be able to do that. And there are other implications. Lots of funding would be required. So for the purposes of this planning application, the impact does not require that level of intervention on Norwich Long Lane, but the improvements that are put there by allowing southbound access only onto the roundabout are significant, and they will help to alleviate the concern at the junction of the formal Wells B1105 junction with the A148 slightly further around the bypass. Councillor Cushing's concern about the local centre is acknowledged in the report. The planning conditions will establish whether there is likely to be an impact on the town centre. It will pin down the level of floor space allowed within local retailing operations so that it will align with policy CT5 in your core strategy. and that policy has set that threshold to ensure that there's no impact on the town centre. In addition, the floor space recommendations and the uses that will be allowed in the local centre will be limited to ensure that they reflect what's been applied for, which the local which the supporting information has assessed, and they will also be allowed to be used in a flexible range of uses. And of course, the government is increasing the amount of permitted development rights for alternative uses to be used in the future as well. So there's always that possibility of multiple uses being available. The provision of employment land and the idea of incentivizing the take-up of that space is an important one. And in the Section 106 agreement, we're proposing that that employment land is not only serviced in terms of access, its utilities and connections, but also marketed by the applicant for at least 5 years from the first phase to ensure that there's maximum opportunity to take up that land. Councillor Cushing had concerns about the design, the use of green wedges coming into the site, and I would say that the scheme at Thorpe Marriott is a good example. Actually, this has tried to do something very similar, whereby it is bringing those green wedges into the scheme. There's 2 north-south connections, one on the eastern side, which will also provide a bit of a buffer to the employment land. One in the centre of the site, which will provide an important link to pedestrian ways that are currently hidden between houses on Rudhamstyle Lane. And of course, the principal landscape feature within the site is the route along Grove Lane, which is currently blocked off, and that will become a series of landscaped open space parks. And I think that's really important to acknowledge that there's a lot of green space within this site, as well as around the north and the northwest corner. Parking off-street will be resolved as a result of the design code, and each reserved matters will have to make sure that it satisfies those design codes standards. Councillor Cushing and another member has identified whether the affordable housing could be increased at reserved matters stage. I just think it would be worth just reiterating that this decision that you're being asked to make today is about the very principle and setting the parameters for future. So the outline permission, if it's granted, will say how much affordable housing is expected across the development. There won't be an opportunity to increase that affordable housing at reserve matters stages, but there is an opportunity to look at the viability again ahead of every phase in a development viability reappraisal. And that is sometimes called an uplift mechanism or an overage clause. If the development value has increased noticeably, that will provide more value. Hopefully the value of houses will increase above or quicker than the rate of the costs of providing the development, and therefore there might be more scope for providing more affordable housing, or perhaps deferred financial contributions if you see fit to do so. But we must consider that the application will provide 16.5% as a baseline value if the travel plan is included at this stage. Councillor Rest has identified whether the sports facilities could be provided at the hotel. I think we just have to be cautious about that, because the application has not proposed a sports centre as such. Whilst it's common practice for many hotels to have things like swimming pools or gyms that the public might be able to use, it's not something that planning can require at this stage. I wouldn't say that there's a need for it because, sorry, need is the wrong word. I wouldn't say that we can require it because the development brief and the policy have never asked for it, which is why we're suggesting that the impact can be addressed by off-site contributions. If a commercial development operator of a hotel wanted to bring those facilities into the site, they would be welcome to do so. If it was ancillary to the scale of the hotel and sort of seen as a subsidiary function that the public could benefit from, that would be useful. If it was of such a scale that it needed a planning application, you would have that opportunity to look at the impacts of that in due course. But unfortunately, I don't think we can put a requirement for it within this planning application. Councillor Mancini-Boyle led the charge on the renewable energy and concerns about that, and referenced the Carrow Bridge development down in Norwich, which I had the pleasure of being the case officer for, so I know that one quite well. What I would say is that whilst that was extremely innovative by being a passive house development, it was entirely all publicly funded, and therefore quite exceptional circumstances to which very little comparison can be made to this. Nevertheless, the principles are there, and if a developer wanted to come along with a passive house scheme or some other form of development like that, there would be no reason why we couldn't expect that to happen within the requirements of this permission. But at the moment, the policy requires, under policy EN6, it requires 20% for 20% renewable energy. The reason that it is 10% is because, well, to be quite honest, we missed the fact that it should have been 20% in the policy. We get so used to just applying 10%. At the stage where we realised that error, I hold up my hands and say that the development costings had gone through the viability assessment, and it was considered that it would be unreasonable to go back and require that 20% when the developer has expected 10%. To be honest, if members felt it necessary, we could require 20%, I suppose. The only issue is then that the costs of doing so would have to come out of Section 106 obligations, and your choice as decision makers then would be whether the application was to compromise on Section 106 contributions for other policy requirements, or whether it would have to compromise on affordable housing provision. And you've heard from the applicant's advisor today that the energy 10% of energy equates to about 5 affordable houses. So if we required 20% energy, it would cause a loss of 10 affordable houses at the moment. Gas boilers, yes. You were asking whether the gas boilers being phased out within 2025 would be relevant, and I would say that that is a building regulations standard. So all the time that development progresses, it's got to meet Part L of the building standards. That's going to ensure that gas boilers are not used from 2025 onwards, which will improve the energy efficiency. But the current local plan policy standard is for 20%, or in this case, a recommended 10% of energy provision. We can't go beyond the building reg standards at this stage. Councillor Mancini-Boyle also asked about whether SIL had been considered. I'll invite Philip to talk about that after I've finished, if that's okay, because but my understanding is that we can't do SIL because we currently don't operate a SIL tariff under Regulation 123 of the Planning Acts. Councillor Lloyd picked up on the 10%, not the 20%. If 5 affordable houses equates to 10%, I would say then that 20% energy provision would be 10 affordable houses. So that needs to be borne in mind when we're making our decision. Councillor Toy asked whether affordable housing could be required to be fitted with renewable energy. I think it would be difficult for us to require through condition any expectation for the affordable houses to be the ones that benefit from renewable energy. But what I would say is that in practice, funding for affordable housing often has the expectation that renewable energy will be included. So there's a good chance that that will happen in any way. You point out that the energy standards are being set now for a development that will have 12 years to run, probably through its construction. And I would unfortunately have to point out that the permission is to be granted in accordance with the policies that are in place at the time. And unless any variations are proposed in the future, there will not be an opportunity to revisit that beyond policy EN6 that we're considering today. Councillor Toy also asked about whether the school space was just the site or the land, or whether it would include the actual provision of the school. And I'll add into that the possible nursery. Well, the County Council asked for just the 2 or 2.5 hectares of school as a piece of land that would be provided around about the 100 dwelling mark, and also a contribution of in the region of £5 million for a pro rata contribution to the building costs of that. So you get your 2 or 2.5 hectares, and you get a contribution to assist with the building of the school, but not the actual building. Councillor Fitch-Tillett asked about the visitor impact contribution and mentioned the recreational avoidance mitigation strategy, which our policy colleagues are looking into. The Section 106 contributions do include the visitor impact contribution. You may have picked up on the fact that in the site allocation policy, it talks about £50 per dwelling being required. We're actually, we have the evidence base now that justifies us asking for £205 and 2p per dwelling, and that will be on every dwelling in every phase throughout the course of the development. And it's kind of a non-negotiable figure in order to pass the Habitats Regulations assessment, appropriate assessment. So that will be there, and it's my understanding that that recreational avoidance strategy is actually being discussed by the local plan working party on Monday, I think it is. So that will be an interesting read, by the by. Councillor Heinrich has identified concerns about the duration. I'm sorry, I missed off why you're asking about the duration, so I don't mind coming back to that. You also raised concerns about the affordable housing losses, and a general concern that that should come at the expense of renewable energy. A few members picked that up. I would say that the energy is just one of the things that officers have identified as a way to secure more affordable housing from what is an unfortunately limited pot of public Section 106 funding opportunities. It's just the way that the pie needs to be sliced, unfortunately. Affordable housing is often the thing that loses out because policies expect that a policy amount of affordable housing should be provided unless viability proves otherwise, and the government guidance is that the viability should not be used to hold up the development's delivery, and if the delivery is proven to be viable with an incentive return to the developer, then we shouldn't hold back permission on that basis. You identified the concerns with the hotel, and as the council, as Councillor Grove-Jones identified, the hotel design itself will be looked at through reserved matters, but we think that with our amendments we can give a little bit more comfort about the amount of landscaping that might be there. It's worth pointing out that the development brief and the parameters plan and the master plan have identified that a landmark building should be provided on either side of that new Spine Road entrance at that roundabout. As I put in the report, I think it's going to be difficult to have a cohesive landmark building on either side of the road if the hotel is so far against the roundabout, but we can always make sure that that landmark building requirement is there, and that will dictate the need to have some unity between the both sides of the road. So it might require the hotel or the pub or a combined hotel and pub to be set back slightly further. Councillor Heinrich also asked about the traffic growth monitoring and impacts into the future. And again, this comes back to the fact that the application before you today is for up to 950 houses and a 100-bed hotel as the main traffic generators. We won't be able to go and revisit any transport works in the future because ultimately we're being asked to look at the impact of the development as presented, and the decision today will dictate how the works need to happen going forward. There will likely be traffic growth monitoring and impact assessments on any further growth in Fakenham, so those issues can be looked at when those applications arrive, or indeed when the local plan is proposing larger allocations. Councillor Pearce identified the conflict between affordable housing reductions and energy provision being compromised. I think we've gone over that already. I completely understand where you're coming from, and if we can elaborate further, I'd be happy to do so. Councillor Yassimi identified energy and community cohesion concerns, and it's right that as Philip Rowson identified, the community can walk into the site through lots of public footpath networks being extended beyond Rudham-Style Lane, and the cycle provision as well. And finally, Councillor Fredericks identified the affordable housing concerns. The types of affordable housing were questioned. The viability appraisal exercise that we've done with our colleagues in strategic housing and our viability consultant and with work from the applicant have modelled the 16.5% affordable housing provision being 80% 80% affordable rent and 20% as intermediate tenure, of which our preference is for shared ownership. And so that is policy compliant in terms of the tenure split, if not the amount of houses. And Councillor Fredericks also asked about the energy provision, and I would just say, well, I think we've been over that already. So, but I think that was everything, Chair. Yes. Happy to pick up anything more, and I apologise that you had to listen to me rattle on again.
Thank you again, Rob, for a very, very sensible and informative report. Jeff, do you want to add anything to that at all before I go to Officer Rowson?
No, I think Rob has covered everything that was asked in a lot of detail, so hopefully that's asked and answered the questions that the committee had. I mean, it's clearly a difficult issue. There's a lot of things we have to think about as a planning committee, and sometimes those compromises have to be made, and it's sort of weighing up the project as a whole and recognising the benefits of the development. And there are a considerable number of benefits of the development, and weighing those up against some of the reductions that you're being asked to consider in terms of affordable housing and other standards. So yeah, appreciate it's a difficult decision for the committee, but I hope we've given everything to enable you to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest we carry on, finish this application, and then we'll take our break. So I'm now going to pass to Officer Rowson to conclude, give us a finishing statement.
Thank you, Chairman. There was one technical issue that Officer Parkinson asked me to return to members on, and that was the matter of community infrastructure levy. That was a specific issue question raised within the member debate. When this item was first allocated, it was allocated under the existing local plan. At that time, there was a significant consideration as to matters of viability and how best infrastructure could be delivered for North Norfolk. When that plan was adopted, the plan was adopted on the basis of using the Section 106 model rather than community infrastructure. That's the technical answer. I would also say, members, that we don't have a community infrastructure levy in place within our district currently. It's a matter which our plan policy team and working party review on a pretty regular basis, and it is a matter that we reviewed through our emerging plan, and currently we are led by Section 106 provisions. As members have been briefed, the planning white paper may change the provision of infrastructure. My experience, Chairman, has been generally for extraordinarily large schemes such as this one, that they generally work within their own Section 106 agreement, and that the infrastructure provisions are led by the Section 106 in this case. What that will do is that will allow the development to immediately mitigate the harm that arises from its development. If it was a SIL proposal, then that money would have to be put into a spending pot, the 123 spending pot that the council would have to look for allocation across the wider district, and potentially could be drawn into highway or infrastructure contributions across the wider Norfolk County Council highways remit. So from our point of view, we believe that at this stage, Section 106 is appropriate. It complies with the adopted plan policy and complies with, we believe, the immediate requirements of this site and its need to mitigate its impact within the immediate locality. Hopefully that answers that question. I think in listening to the members' debate, there are two key issues arising today for members in this matter. They are the provision of affordable housing, which we've noted that is significantly below the plan policy requirement. Clearly, there has been a lengthy discussion about the matter of viability, and when officers present this item, we have to draw a line in making that recommendation. You've heard from the applicant, you've heard from officers today as to how that line has had to be drawn within the recommendation. That's our role for you today. We have to be able to say, this is our best recommendation, offering the most comprehensive package of benefits that can be proposed viably from this development. Now, members, you are aware that planning does not operate in a vacuum. In terms of the matter of renewable energy, I think that technology has moved forward significantly since the adoption of our local plan. In fact, the building industry are led now by the provision of the principle of fabric first. So when we're looking at energy conservation now with construction, we're looking at higher levels of insulation for buildings and better building materials, looking at the orientation of those buildings and how they can best mitigate the need for energy to keep those homes warm and keep them cool in the summer. So on that basis, I would suggest to you members that we have an offer on the table, which I understand is disappointing, but it is an officer recommendation that will give our best viable option for this scheme. What I would say is we do not operate in a vacuum. You know that building regulation will make changes. We will see better insulated homes. We will see gas boilers being phased out and requirements for all new homes on this site to meet modern building regulations. I have to say planning cannot do all of those things, and we must make planning decisions which are compliant and lawful with existing legal frameworks and policies. I do understand your disappointment with the position with regard to the viability issues, but I must commend the recommendation and say to you members that the recommendation that Rob Parkinson puts to you today under me as head of planning represents the best comprehensive package to mitigate the issues arising from this development. So I support that recommendation for approval and will be pleased to hear the members vote and discussion on those issues. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Officer Rowson. A very good conclusion there. Officer Doran, do you wish to say anything at this point?
Thank you, Chair. No, just to back up what Philip said about the SIL regime, the way it works is that money goes into a generic pot, so development can occur, but there's no guarantee that the supporting infrastructure will be delivered in tandem with or at appropriate phasing with that development. And so the Section 106 process more closely aligns impact with mitigation.
Thank you. Well, we're now going to go to the voting situation. Rob, do you want to go through the recommendation, put that up, and then I'll ask for a proposer and a seconder from the members. If we're all okay with that. Is everybody okay with that? deathly silence, but I think we'll go with that one. Right, Rob, do you want to put that recommendation up, please, for approval, subject to? Have you lost it? Right, no, there we go. Well done. Right, there we go. If you could talk us through it then, Rob, again, so that everybody knows what's going on. You're on mute, Rob. If you can't come on, then Jeff can take it up. Jeff, can you read this through?
Yeah, I can read it through. So,
please.
So the officer recommendation is one of delegated authority to approve the application, and that's subject to receiving the satisfactory amended master plan in respect to the hotel and public house area, the matters that Rob described about the position of the buildings on the front of the site. It's on the basis of the completion of a Section 106 agreement in line with the requirements of Section 23 of your committee report, and which includes the baseline of 16.5% affordable housing within each phase, and includes a contribution for indoor sports facilities enhancement. And it's also, you're asking delegated authority to liaise with the applicant to seek improved viability in respect of the building costs described on report section 24, to seek to increase affordable housing contributions upwards from 16.5% for each phase. And also to include conditions that have been set out in the report, which includes a travel plan and includes 10% on-site renewable energy, and also includes an additional condition relating to self-build and custom-build plots on Rudhamstyle Lane, and also any other conditions that are considered necessary by the head of planning.
Thank you. If you could take that off screen now, please. I'd also like to point out that on pages 84 and 85, we have a large list, well, in fact, part of 83, of reserved matters and conditions. So do I have a proposer to accept, to go with this application? Councillor Cushing has proposed, and a seconder, please. Councillor Pearce has seconded. Now, Matt, can you go through the voting roll call, please?
Yes, absolutely. So I'll just call out your name, and if you could say for, against, or abstain. So Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Cushing.
For.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Fitch-Tillett.
For.
Councillor Fredericks.
For.
Councillor Grove-Jones.
For.
Councillor Heinrich.
For.
Councillor Kershaw.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Mancini-Boyle.
For.
Councillor Pearce.
For.
Councillor Toy.
Against.
And Councillor Yassimi.
For.
So that's 11 in favour and 2 against.
So the motion is carried. Thank you all so much. It's been a long, long debate, but extremely good. And I've been very pleased with the way it's gone. And thank you so much to Rob. You deserve a cup of coffee now and a biscuit. So we're going to have a 15-minute break. It's now 15:15. That's very sensible. And I'll see you back at past. If you have a fragile connection, just disappear for 5 minutes. You know, don't go completely, turn off completely, because I know one or two councillors, when they cut off their video and mute, they can't get back again. So anyway, I'll see you at 15:30 refreshed, and that will be on to Holt. Okay, thanks a lot. meeting again. Sorry about that. I agreed to.
I'm still on. You've got me on hold.
Who?
Gerard.
What do you mean I've got you on hold?
Yeah, every time I go on to start video, it doesn't come on.
I said you. There you are. It's
Oh,
come
yeah,
on again.
I'm there now.
I know it does happen. That's why I said be careful if you're unsure.
Yeah, and I'm all right now, thanks.
I've got your full flood picture there. Ah, dear.
I can't seem to start my video now.
Can't start mine either. Well,
Oh dear, Matt, what's going on?
Just bringing it back now.
Okay, fine. We're in Matt's hands, you see, when it comes to these things.
Chairman, can I ask you if we require a further adjournment, would you like to take an adjournment after the Holt case is heard?
Yes, I'm ready. We'll have a half an hour break, if that's okay, so people can get some lunch and
We'll be led
we'll
by
carry on.
I'm aware we've got visitors, members of the public with us, and it would be good to be able to guide them as to that before we formally recommence and restart the meeting.
Just to note, Pauline and Philip, if you did want to take a half an hour break, you have the choice really of you can maintain the live stream, but you can't pause it. So you'd either have to maintain a live stream with essentially all of our blank screens for half an hour, or you could stop the live stream completely and restart it again as a second half of the meeting after a lunch break. It's up to you really what you'd like to do.
Well, it seems silly to have a live stream on when there's nothing going on, isn't it? I mean, that seems, what do you think, Philip?
Yeah.
Just stop it.
My only other option would be for a short adjournment, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, just to enable members to catch their wind again and move.
Okay.
I appreciate it's lunchtime and this is a long meeting, but I'll be led by you, Chairman, in terms of what you feel members are best enabled.
What did the members feel? Do you want a short meeting, another 15-minute break? Would that be all right, just to get a sandwich in? Oh, look at Angie's face. Angie,
That's all right. This is my 4th or 5th Zoom this week, and I'm getting scrambled.
Same here. You're not the only one.
I would actually request that we have a proper half hour, so we really good break and a chance to grab a sandwich and get a bit of fresh air.
Right, can I have just a show of hands then? Those who wish for 15 minutes break, would you please put your hand up now for me? And those who wish for half an hour? I'm sorry, Angie, you've missed out here. It's going to be a 15.
I shall go into a mega sulk now.
Oh, okay then.
It's okay.
Right. Now, if we could please if we're all here, are we all here, Matt?
Looks to be everyone has returned. Yep.
Yeah. Right. If we could now go on to the next application, which again is being presented by Officer Parkinson, supported by Officer Lyons, and it's Holt. This is a full planning application, PF/17/1803, and that is on page, I haven't forgotten the page. What's the page? 87. to page 126. So over to you, Rob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If it's okay, I'll do the same as last time. Bit of a speech, not as long as last time, and then the presentation. Quick run through the plans, if that's okay.
That's absolutely spot on.
Okay. So the application before you today for the HALT scheme is for 52 dwellings. It's a full planning application, so different to the previous. It's so all the matters there are in detail. And it's an application that is pursuant to the HALT site allocation reference H09, which is the site adjacent to this one and this one, currently under construction at Heath Farm. The 2011 site allocation plan policy has then been expanded upon through another adopted development brief, which the council put in place in 2013. Although the application represents some 73 more dwellings than the site allocation policy H09 expected, the brief nevertheless actually clarified that up to 290 dwellings might be able to be provided within the site, subject to suitable designs. And so that provides a significant material consideration for the determination of this application against the allocation policy. The application represents a suitable design and layout and density of development within the expectations of the development brief, and the supply of housing will again make a valuable contribution to the ongoing delivery of sustainable sites in the district. The main issues that have been raised by consultees prior to the publication of the report and since have been the ecological aspects and the design and the protection of suitable future residential amenity. By contrast, most of the public and town council objections have concerned the highways impacts due to the concerns with increased traffic along Hempstead Road in particular, and the direct access from Hempstead Road being provided rather than the recently constructed Heath Drive. These concerns include new representations received in the last week, which I believe you've all been received in an update note. And those representations have come from the public and the town council again. These have to some extent already been addressed in that update note, and we'll flick through them again in the presentation later on. So moving to the actual content of the application, as I said, it's provided a suitable layout and arrangement of houses that is able to provide 44% affordable housing and a suitable layout. Amended designs as recently as autumn this year have recently greatly improved both the appearance of key dwellings within the site and provided much improved levels of amenity for future residents. And those things would be subject to being secured by planning conditions. A combination of creating buffer zones and providing Section 106 contributions to county wildlife site management will help address the likely direct impacts on the adjoining habitat at Gravel Pit Lane, subject to being secured by conditions. And those things are all required as mitigation measures for the development to be able to pass the habitats regulations appropriate assessment. And they're also required through site allocation policy H09 as well. The scheme will provide an important ecological habitat within the site, which will actually compensate for the direct loss of grassland within the site that is of a quality that's been identified as being similar to the county wildlife site, which is actually designated next door. And the scheme will provide new habitat and provide a buffer area. Planning conditions will expect a landscape and ecology management plan to be provided, which will secure that habitat and its management. Although in its very earliest stages, the proposals that have been put forward have given enough comfort to the council's countryside team to suggest that at the point of it being provided, they might actually be able to adopt those areas of open space and buffer land and manage it as part of the county wildlife site management plan as well. So I think that's a good public benefit in that respect. The various works to Hempstead Road, turning to highways issues now, which are already underway, have been considered from the outset of the allocation in the development brief and are now being realised by the different developments happening in this part of Holt. So the Heath Farm development is providing lots of improvements to the road network, and the Highways Authority have put in the traffic regulation order about HGVs and the pinch point to calm the traffic going up and down that area. Those works are being provided from those adjoining sites, whilst this development will also make its own modest improvements at the site frontage and provide an important safer pedestrian crossing at the north end of Hempstead Road, so that people can get more easily towards the underpass into the town centre. And I think that's a notable benefit as well. So the scheme now offers a suitable access into the site, which avoids causing a safety issue, even though there are various other accesses in the same area. So people have identified that a multitude of accesses and roads along Hempstead Road have increased recently, but the highways have taken all those into account. In large part, the recent changes to Hempstead Road will improve driver behaviour, both by slowing vehicles down, by forcing them to stop, and by improving the visibility of other junctions, and by providing more development on that frontage, which gives the impression that people need to take care when they're driving along there. In terms of HGVs, which I know has been a source of local concern, planning conditions will minimise the need for those HGVs to access the site from along Hempstead Road. And we can do the same with construction traffic in general. So the intention is to impose new planning conditions to those which are in your committee report, and they will include a measure for construction management plan, which will help with the local amenity, but it will also provide a construction traffic management plan and a HGV access routing plan, which will divert all the vehicles to come along the A148 and down through the recently opened Heath Drive. When they hit Hempstead Road, they'll be able to turn right, pass through the narrow pinch point that's just recently been built, and then immediately turn right into the development site and leave the same way. So there should be no reason why we cannot avoid traffic going up and down Hempstead Road relating to the construction of this development. My presentation in a minute will demonstrate the traffic measures that are in place for members' benefit, although local members will probably already know about those. Although the public and town council objections believe there'll be a direct, and there should have been a direct and alternative vehicle access from Heath Farm to the east, officers do not believe that's a reasonable requirement. I know that's a hard thing to accept for local members, because the previous permission for the Lovell scheme actually showed a vehicle link being provided through in the future. But what we've set out in the report is that that is neither a requirement nor a likely deliverable factor in, and will take a long time if it ever is possible. This development does not need that access from Heath Farm. Highways Authority have said that it is adequately safe in the way that it is being proposed, and the development brief, which is a significant material consideration, has shown that that the scheme can be provided with an access either from Heath Farm or from Hempstead Road. And indeed, there are more indications that it should be from Hempstead Road than there are that it should come from Heath Farm. So we've got plans that we can demonstrate that as well. The development brief did also look towards improving connections for cycling and walking off-site. this application has not gone as far as we might have hoped for that, but nevertheless, it does not prejudice the delivery of improved cycle and walking connections from this site into adjoining sites. And some Section 106 contributions that are being sought will be able to be used in that respect, subject to landowners being able to assist us in making those improvements. Other benefits for the access include the applicant being able to make a pro rata contribution to the hopper bus in the same way that the Heath Farm development did. So that's a notable improvement to sustainable travel habits in Holt and the HO9 allocation in general. In addition to those conditions listed in the report, it's recommended that any approval should be subject to some slightly amended conditions, which I'll show you later, to reflect the comments within the report, and also the inclusion of new conditions in respect of construction practices, traffic management and access routing, construction worker parking, construction site exclusion zones to avoid the habitat areas, and cycle parking provision for the flats. And my apologies that they didn't make their way into the report in the first place. Subject to a combination of amended planning conditions and Section 106 obligations, the development will avoid causing a severe impact on the highway, so that the Highway Authority do not object to the application. It will provide a valuable supply of affordable housing and will provide suitable compensation for on-site ecological impacts and mitigation for other impacts. The recommendation is therefore to approve as per the original conditions listed within the committee report and the conditions that you've received in the update report on the 8th of December. And subject to the Section 106 obligations listed at Section 14 of your original committee report. That brings you up to speed, hopefully, with everything that's happened in the last week and with a quick précis of the content of the report and the issues that we've had. I now propose that we'll move on to the presentation of plans, if that's okay. I'm going to share the screen again, so you get a reprieve from staring at me. Where's that gone?
Can Jeff bring it up, Rob, more efficiently than you?
Most people can do things more efficiently than me, Chair.
Well, it's just that you seem to be having a little bit of problem with your mouse or whatever. So, Jeff, have you got the app? Can you put this up?
I will have a go. Oh no, Rob's done it.
Oh, he's done it. Well done.
I think.
Yes, here we are. Okay, let's see how this goes. So this is the plan that identifies. Sorry,
not there yet, Rob. It's not showing.
Sorry. Why is that then? Sorry.
Do you want to stop sharing and I'll try and share my screen? It might be easier.
Chairman, could I ask, did members receive the full paper package of presentations?
They won't have received everything that.
No, not. That's what Rob said. Not all of them have come through.
I'll share my screen.
Here we are. Here we are now.
Well done. That's it, Rob.
Is it me or is it Jeff? It's me, I think.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so this is the allocation policy from 2011. Application reference HO9, which of course is 3 or 4 different site land ownerships. The development brief of 2013 looked something like this and included a number of plans that I've just included here just to show how those different sites have all been brought together. So the application is broadly within this one called H12. The Lovell construction of 212 homes by Lovell Homes is H09, and this H21 is the site that is currently actually subject to a planning application for a care home. Within this H12, which is the application, there's also an area here that is being built at Alby Close. So you can see how they fit together originally, and this is how the development brief expected things to come forward in very broad terms. This purple area being the application site before you today. And you can see that what it identified in this brief is a possible location of access here from the Lovell site and a possible location of access from Hempstead Road directly. When we look further into the development brief, it also identifies primary vehicle access as actually for this Hopkins Homes site being from Hempstead Road. So primary vehicle access, including the construction, means would have always been anticipated to come from Hempstead Road. Other means of access included a route across the north of the site to link to the underpass and into the town centre, and again back onto Hempstead Road, from where you could go into the country park or along Hempstead Road into town, and links through into the rest of the H09 allocation site. So this area is possible to be provided, but not directly by this development. Secondary vehicle access, again reiterated the intention that this would essentially be a cul-de-sac from Hempstead Road here, albeit with perhaps a possibility of Alby Close being linked in, but that opportunity has since passed with the separate development of that site. So you can see no real intention to provide vehicle access between the two. In real life now, we're looking at this T-shaped site here as being the application before you today. And in actual fact, this is the gravel pit lane woodland that is part of a county wildlife site. And also this area where my cursor is sort of going is also a county wildlife site designation. The rest of the site, as you can see, is of a similar condition as this part of the county wildlife site, which is why people like Norfolk Wildlife Trust and the council's ecologist have identified that this is an important habitat that should be compensated for through the provision of open space. And so that has transpired into this application site boundary before you today. And this just reiterates that the county wildlife site is there. I should have actually drawn the red line up here as well for the county wildlife site. And this being the Alby Close development of 9 bungalows, and Alby Close as buffer land to the county wildlife site. The same treatment of buffer land is being proposed in this general area down here. So the application has come forward within this layout, which I think you have seen in general terms within your presentation pack. A single spine road all the way through. We've got a cluster of a few dwellings along the frontage to Hempstead Road and into the site, and then the affordable houses start to be provided around this area here. This being, I hope you can see my mouse, this is a 3-story block of flats and a communal courtyard with a flat above a car park, and again flats above garages here. More affordable houses here, and a group of affordable houses here and here. The scheme then provides a link through to the Lovell site for cyclists and pedestrians here, and again also up here next to the pumping station. But importantly, it provides all this open space, which amounts to in the region of 4 hectares, as ecological habitat land to compensate for the fact that a lot of the original grassland is to be lost. And in layout form, that looks something like that. And then in context to the development next door, we've put together this plan that shows Alby Close over here. So there's some relationship but not too much overlooking or proximity, and also the fact that open space at this end and open space at this end of the Lovell site is available for future residents. Yeah, so that's a compatible relationship between the two major developments of the application, of the allocation. I didn't want to go over too many plans and elevations, but what I did want to show is the main area of concern for the Conservation and Design Officer was this three-story block of 6 one-bedroom flats. This is within the centre of the site, just as it this was towards the centre next to the communal parking area. The original concerns was that the front elevation was quite bland, since been improved with the provision of this gable at the front and detailing on the west elevation, and on the south elevation, which was previously just very flat and empty, we've now proposed to include the balconies and much more detailing around the windows and another door so that access can be received from both the south, from the car parking area, and from the north facing into the rest of the site. So that's a significant improvement that does mitigate the concerns that the Conservation and Design Officer had. And it provides important amenity space for future residents who otherwise don't have a garden to benefit from. And the use of a layout plan just demonstrates that these balconies, although they look towards the car park and the industrial estate to the east, will offer some noise protection by the fact that they're enclosed within these sort of recesses of the building envelope. And that also provides a defence to the living area and the bedroom. And planning conditions will also ensure that noise mitigation measures are put in place as dictated by a noise survey at the time. Next slide is, this was just a plan that, oh, sorry, excuse me. Have I lost it? This plan is the master plan from the adjoining site being built out by Lovell, and I just wanted to show you that there was this one-time indication of a possible link through there, but as it says, it was all about being provided on completion of phase 5, which would have been a tricky thing to actually see developed under current circumstances. I did have I think the previous plan, which I can't seem to get to, was an outline of all the main highway improvement details along Hempstead Road. I've got them in much more detail, so we might have to rely on that in the future slides. This being one of them, the site entrance to this development is it's here in the top left-hand corner, but this is showing that the works that are taking place to Hempstead Road, so Heath Drive is being created here, and then the narrowing of a pinch point to ensure that vehicles have to slow down to move through just a 3-metre wide single lane section of Hempstead Road up here. Proposal is that conditions require construction vehicles and HGVs to come down Heath Drive along this short stretch of Hempstead Road, which is currently not really developed, through the pinch point and straight into the application site in this top left corner. And other works along Hempstead Road, far too detailed for the purposes of this, but we can look at them if members need further comfort, include widening of the southern side of Hempstead Road, and at the very top the applicant is proposing to put a crossing point towards the subway, so that's a benefit as well. And in terms of HGV restrictions in the local area, this is what Norfolk County Council provided for me yesterday to demonstrate that HGVs are being prevented from HGV through traffic is being prevented in all these areas which are red. So you cannot use Hempstead Road or Coronation Road or Charles Road as shortcuts if you're a HGV driver. What it doesn't prevent is HGV access for local site traffic to get into it. So again, it's possible to require HGVs to avoid Hempstead Road, come along the A148, down Heath Drive, and then right into this site, which is here. And then to wrap things up, this is the proposed amended recommendation with the areas which are coloured red, new conditions or slightly amended conditions. For the most part, they reflect what was written in the report, but I just missed them from this list, unfortunately. Nothing serious, and the applicant has been able to sign up to them in most part. And the 4 extra ones at the bottom represent the main ones that have been raised by the Town Council and local objectors concerning construction traffic and the management thereof. So that is the recommendation, which is to approve subject to the section 106 contributions in section 114 of your report and subject to these conditions here. So I'll stop sharing that and we can come back to that if needs be.
Yes, thank you, Rob. I think when we come to that point, I would ask you to go through those new approval and conditions. Anything to add, Jeff?
No, Robert's done a very thorough presentation again. So
yes, he has, extremely so. Anything to add, Philip?
Nothing further, Chairman. I echo Jeff's comments. They're very full and comprehensive.
Absolutely. And Noel, have you anything to add?
Nothing.
Well done. Yes, excellent presentation again, Rob. So now we can go to the parish. Have we parish? The Town Council made some comments, I believe, which have been circulated. Have we all seen them? Right. And I'm sure Georgie will have something to say about that. We have, I believe, no opposition speaker. Linda?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chairman.
We have one supporting speaker, Mr. Smith, who is the agent for Hopkins Homes. Are you there, Mr. Smith? There you are.
I'm here, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Smith, from the time that you speak, and then we will have a bell which will go off and tell you to cease. So when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. My name's Chris Smith. I'm development planner for Hopkins Homes. Since the original submission of the application back in October 2017, following the previous local plan allocation of the site for development, we have developed and refined the detailed proposals now before you in consultation with your officers to produce a development which we feel will be very much in keeping with the character and appearance of the local area. As you will have noted from the officers' presentation and your committee report, officers are now content that we're able to suitably address all the necessary technical and environmental requirements while similarly meet all development plan policy requirements. We're confident that the proposals will provide an attractive new development in a wholly sustainable location, delivering 23 much needed new affordable homes, together with all the requested financial contributions towards other essential infrastructure via the Section 106 procedure. In summary, therefore, we trust that you can concur with your officer's recommendation and that you're able to support the proposals. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And I now go to, we have 2 local members. I believe, I know George is here. Was there any representation from Councillor Baker?
Chairman, I spoke with Councillor Baker earlier in the week on another matter, and he confirmed for me that he had nothing further to add on the matter.
Okay, thank you. Then I pass to Councillor Perry-Warnes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I speak today on behalf of residents who live on or near Hempstead Road, and with the support of Councillor Duncan Baker. He's speaking in the House at urgent questions, otherwise he would be here. He shares my concern that the Highways Department has once again discounted the effect of yet another junction opening onto Hempstead Road near the notorious pinch point, this time providing access to 52 new dwellings. We welcome the affordable home offering, so I am not arguing to oppose this development. I would, however, like to express my disappointment that the access from Heath Drive, which was originally proposed, has not been forthcoming. It's been shelved in favour of the far less satisfactory or sensible access via Hempstead Road for whatever reasons, and they remain a moot point, in my opinion, whatever we've heard. The concerns of local residents about this decision have been strongly and consistently expressed to me ever since, and I am sharing their frustration with you today. Indeed, you have read some of their objections yourselves. I hope you hear their voices and that they give weight to my request that you attach the strongest conditions to any approval you are minded to give in order to mitigate the considerable highways impact on them. The conditions asked for, and I'm happy that some are included in the recent amendments, are that 1, all construction vehicles, HGV and staff are required to avoid the built-up area of the pinch point on Hempstead Road. But this is really important, that should be monitored and enforced, because anecdotal resident information provided to me is that some of the existing restrictions are not being complied with. 2, that a suitable place be provided on site for parking, deliveries and unloading. 3, that the land at the side and rear of number 65 Hempstead Road should not be used for site access during construction. And 4, that there will be parking restrictions on Hempstead Road, such as, for example, double yellow lines. In addition, I ask you to consider whether it might be appropriate to consider parking controls to prevent problem parking on nearby roads such as Charles Road, which might well be used by staff associated with the construction. I'm grateful that you have listened to the legitimate concerns of Holt residents and hope that you do what you can to help them by attaching these conditions. Should you do so, I ask that compliance is regularly checked and enforced. The traffic problems on Hempstead Road have been an ongoing source of misery for many, and anything you can do to reduce the impact of this further development on them will be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Perry-Warnes. I now go to members. If you could please wave at me again. Matt, can you keep score? So who would like to open up the batting? Questions from members about this? Right. Councillor Brown. You look as if you're the only one. If you'd like to go ahead, Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share the concerns that Councillor Perry-Warnes has expressed about the vehicular access to this site. I'm disappointed that there isn't provision for a breakout access into Heath Farm, and I'm sure that residents on Hempstead Road are going to be subjected to some considerable inconvenience whilst the site is under construction. I just wanted to ask the officer and at the same time to compliment him on such a thorough report. Just referring to the housing strategy contribution on pages 97 to 98, to comply with policy, I think 20% of the total number of dwellings have got to be suitable for adaptation for elderly, infirm or disabled residents. And I see that there is a recommendation of a condition to resolve this or clarify this further. Can I ask the officer what the prospects are for increasing the percentage from the current 8% to 20%, given that, you know, it's well known that we have the most elderly demographic of any area in the country? And also perhaps this would be one for the head of planning to answer, whether on the Lovell Park development, the number of dwellings on Lovell Park suitably adaptable for elderly people reached the same 20% benchmark recommended by our local plan policy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Rob, you'll pick that up at the end of members, right? Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought somebody was in front of me. Yes, first of all, an excellent report presented to us today. I share Councillor Perry-Warren's and Councillor Baker's, MP as well, concerns on the traffic down Hempstead Road. I mean, most mornings I have to take my wife to work, who works in Holt, and even then, early in the morning, sometimes between 6:30 and 7:30, not taking in the school runs, that road is extremely busy. And that pinch point is, should we say, dangerous to navigate. So I do think that the proposed previous access is going to be a very, very sore point. And I think, you know, maybe we should look at this in some way to the developer to see if we cannot put something back in. Because, you know, you've got other developments in Holt as well, which I think are going to add to this. And coming across to there from the town down to Hempstead Road, there are other businesses down there which need contact with the town. So I think that needs definitely looking at if we can do it. And I have to ask a question. I'm pleased to see around 44% of affordable housing, which is said is broadly acceptable. I know that it's a full planning application, but is that percentage going to be kept? Because we've had instances in the past where planning application has been given, and then lo and behold, the affordable housing rate comes down. So how in concrete, to use a pun, is that 44% going to be kept? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak, please, on this matter? Councillor Sini. Yes, Councillor Sini.
Yes, congratulations again on an excellent report. Even though I like what I see, I would like to also sympathise with Councillor Georgina Perry-Warnes and our MP Duncan Baker on their concerns, especially for that pinch point. Even though I'm not a Holt resident, I know the pinch point you are speaking of, and I just wanted to underline that. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment on this application? Good heavens, nobody does. I'd just like to say before you come in, Philip, that I went and looked at this site about 4 years ago, and then George, you can remember this, there was a problem with Hempstead Road, the parking on the road, and the town council has come up with a proposition that parking should be restricted. So I'm just going to mention that. So therefore, if nobody else is going to come in, I'll give you one last chance to raise your hand to me. Then I'll ask, oh, right. Councillor Cushing.
Just very quickly, clearly Councillor Perry-Warnes has very articulately mentioned her concerns, followed up by Councillor Brown. When we come to vote for this, obviously there were some caveats put in there that we would like some further controls put on this. What guarantee, if we vote for this, that will we get from our planning colleagues that their concerns will be addressed? I'd probably like that just clarified in, hopefully, Mr. Parkinson's summary.
Thank you very much. Councillor, Officer Rowson, if you could please just mention that.
Chairman, the requirement, as you can see in the officer's report, is for a construction management plan. That will be something that we can enforce through planning control and condition. There is a wider issue about access on the local network that is associated with both the construction phase and the operational traffic flowing from this residential development. Those are issues that I have to rely, in some respects, on the County Council Highways team and the police to manage within their powers. So we can use the construction management plan to control and enforce where appropriate, but we also have the highway and local police powers if there is an emergency issue in terms of, for example, excess mud on the road, if there are vehicles which are parked in a dangerous position, whereby the local police and the highways team can take a much more direct route. So in terms of enforcement, I think I have to say to members that the most direct form of enforcement will be by the highways and the police authority, where there is a direct challenge to matters of highway safety, and that is their primary legislation. Clearly, if we have a comprehensive construction management plan, which is agreed by the planning authority, and we will consult those local members on that condition discharge, I'm happy to commit to doing that. But we have a much longer running issue of breach of condition and the control of that condition management plan. So the primacy in highways enforcement and safety matters lies with the police and the local highway department. And I need to be quite clear with members as to where that lies at this moment in time. But clearly we can follow and control to some degree by the use of the construction management plan.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Cushing?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Have you anything to add, Noel?
No, I don't, Chair. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So therefore, we seem to have concluded quite quickly on members' discussion. So I now, Rob, for you to put up, please, the recommendation, which is approval subject to, and it has altered slightly. If you could just put it up again and lead us through it. Jeff, you haven't anything else to say, have you?
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I wanted to pick up was there are a couple of members' questions that I'm not sure have been answered. I don't know whether you want to pick those up now before you go to the votes. So there are a couple of things. I think Rob was going to come back on a few of those points. I don't know whether you want to do that now.
Yes, let's do that now. Yes, I'd forgotten that. I thank you for mentioning that. Do you want to pick it up, Rob, or are you going to do it, Jeff? On members' questions. We didn't have many, did we?
Are you happy to do it, Rob? I've got a list of them between us. We can do it.
Okay, I'm happy to give it a stab. Councillor Perry Warnes has asked whether double yellows could be provided along Hempstead Road. I have discussed that in conversation with highways officers. Their concern was that the development will be able to provide all the parking that it needs within its own site, and there's nothing to suggest that it would be reasonable to expect traffic regulation orders along Hempstead Road for parking related to this development, just because there isn't that type of development that will attract extra need for parking within Hempstead Road. So unfortunately, I don't think that would be a reasonable thing to try and impose at this stage. Councillor Perry Warnes also asked about whether the access that's next to 65 Hempstead Road could be avoided. And again, as Philip was saying, whilst things like that need to be ultimately looked at by the highway and the police, we can nevertheless ensure that as part of the construction access routing condition, we can expressly say that no access into the site shall be taken from next to 65 Hempstead Road. Councillor Brown questioned the number of accessible homes, and I think that was related to the policy expectation for 20% to be provided as accessible homes within the site. And you identified that there was 8%. Could it be increased to 20%? That figure of 8% rang a bell, but I have to confess I couldn't find it when I was looking for it. because the scheme now provides 10 out of the 52 homes as accessible houses, and that is the 20% requirement. So the layout plan has identified where those 10 houses will go, and a planning condition will just ensure that the details of the floor plans, etc., that come through demonstrate that there will be things like turning circles for wheelchairs, that there'll be level access for wheelchair users and people with restricted mobility to get in over the thresholds, and a degree of adaptation being possible for future use. And Councillor Brown also asked about oh yeah, no, sorry, you also asked about traffic. Councillor Pearce asked about suitability, the security of 44% affordable housing, and I'd say that whilst 44% is proposed at this stage, the applicant will, in planning legislation, always have the ability to come back and request a renegotiation of that figure, but they can only renegotiate with our blessing within the first 5 years of a permission, and after 5 years they will have the opportunity to make a formal application, which we would then consider in the way that you've had other applications to consider, which would be in your power to then decide to approve or refuse such a proposal. Councillor Cushing also asked about more highway uses being secured, but I think Philip Rowson has addressed that. So I think that's all the questions. I'm now going to try and find the resolution again on my system, so please bear with me. It's not proving too easy at the moment.
No, it isn't, is it? Jeff, are you all right with that? Because that covers the bits you were going to mention.
Yes, there was a question about the amount on the adjoining site of accessible dwellings, but I think Rob's made the point that this site is in accordance with policy. So I think that addresses the question that Councillor Brown raised.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fine.
Okay, so hopefully you should be able to see the
Just about
officer recommendation. Is that?
It's a bit, yeah, it's a bit small, but we're okay.
I'll try and increase it.
That's better. If you could just lead us through it, that's better.
Yeah. Okay, so this is as within the committee report, subject to an approval, subject to completion of the section 106 at section 14 within your committee report, and the long list of
Excuse me, Rob, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I've had a little thing come up. It says that Noel wants to say something.
Oh,
is it at this stage, Noel?
It's only a matter of clarity. Rob took you through the section 106 negotiation process, which could amend affordable housing depending on evidence of viability. He mentioned a period of 5 years, after which time an application can be made to the Secretary of State for a variation to be made or obligations to be removed. So it wouldn't come back to committee unless a new application was made, just to clarify that.
Thank you, Noel. Sorry to interrupt you, Rob, but that's quite important.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, we'll go back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the officer recommendation is subject to an approval subject to the completion of section 106 agreement and the list of contributions at section 14 and the 44% affordable housing, and subject to the conditions that we'll come on to in a sec, and subject to any other conditions that Philip, as head of planning, may decide to be necessary as the process continues. And then in line with the council's policies, we'd bring that back to yourselves if we couldn't make substantial progress within 3 months of today's decision. So the conditions that have been amended are where they are highlighted red here. So it's just clarifying that reptile survey is needed as much as protection measures. That's discussed in the report. As recently as a couple of weeks ago, the application was able to confirm that a tree that was previously assumed to be removed is actually possible to be retained, but we'll need a tree protection strategy for that during construction. And similarly, that's brought into condition number 5 and number 7. Oops. Condition 12 sets out the suggestion that we try and direct people's use of the open space ecology area by providing some seating and like an information board to just for the public benefit of what the ecological area is all about. No great expense, but it does make it more able to control people's use of that ecological area. Number 14B has been added because I forgot to say that we'd need a landscaping scheme around the pumping station, which is not the same as the open space. Materials for the pumping station enclosure should be discussed at the same time as we discuss the materials for the houses. And then we get on to condition 19B, talks about extra consideration of whether plot 1 next to Hempstead Road and the access road should be subject to additional noise mitigation. Number 22 is just including the expectation for contamination measures to be included in the surface water drainage scheme. 29 proposes the details of cycle parking for the flats needing to be agreed, because I forgot about those previously. And so number 30 needs cycle parking to be provided as well. And then we get onto the ones that are of more concern to the Town Council and Councillor Perry Warren's comments today. The construction management plan will dictate where materials go, the amenity controls put in place to protect neighbouring residents and businesses, such as dust control measures and wheel washing and hours of construction, for example. And then a construction vehicle access route will be the proposal to direct vehicles to come down Heath Drive in and out that way. And a construction parking, number 34, will be the expectation for all of staff to be accommodated within the site. And that might necessarily have to be 2 or even 3 places within the site as the scheme eventually gets constructed through different phases. And finally, number 35, in order to prevent the loss of further habitat due to sort of site construction activities, we'd expect all those areas of open space and the buffer area to be protected during construction so that habitat has a chance to sort of establish itself. So that was the recommendation. Oops.
Oopsie.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can we just go back to our screen, please? Normal screen, Rob.
Of course.
Can you take this off, or do you want Jeff to take it off?
There we go.
Oh, right, okay. Was that all right, everybody? Andrew, I know you did put a little bit in. What do you want to say, love?
Can I just clarify that there was, I think, a suggestion that the working hours on Sunday were relaxed due to the pandemic. Can I just check whether that affects the management condition for construction on the site?
Yes, Philip, you wish to come back on this one.
Members, you may well be aware that we've been under several ministerial statements as a result of COVID. One of those statements very much, Councillor Brown, referred to the issue of construction working hours. And essentially, Robert Jenrick suggested that you would have to have extraordinarily strong reasons to enforce operating working hours on construction sites during the pandemic. The local authority planning position is one where we are required to be flexible around those issues. If there are significant issues expected by Hopkins, and that start is expected to be within the COVID pandemic period, then I would welcome a direct approach from Hopkins to tell us prior to any discharge of condition exactly what flexibility they would require. We've heard, members, that this is a very sensitive residential environment. New development is going in cheek by jowl with existing residential users. I can't say that we would have exceptional case to require compliance, but I would suggest, Councillor Brown, we may be moving forward and hopefully coming out of the pandemic, so those provisions may be closed before this development starts. I can't say for sure, but I think there are a number of parameters there that lead me to consider this to be a sensitive site.
Noel, have you anything to say here? I know the site near me, which is a McCarthy and Stone site, which reopened some few weeks ago, does not work on a Sunday. Have you had any thoughts on this one? Must admit, I don't like Sunday working for construction. I think it's an intrusion. But Noel, have you anything to say?
The thing to point out is that there have been relaxations that open up the discretion to extend construction hours, but those relaxations will be time limited. And looking at hopeful signs coming from the vaccination rollout, there is an end in sight to those restrictions, and the ordinary conditions of operation can be enforced and imposed.
Mr. Smith, can you take that back to your bosses, please?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Philip, you wish to say something else?
I was just going to make the simple point that the applicant's representative is in this call, and you could go out of closed session to ask that question.
Yeah, right, okay. Right, are we okay now? Have I done everything? I haven't missed anything, have I? Right, now we're going to go to the vote on the recommendation, which has been amended, but starts on page 119 to 120, which is for approval. Can I have a proposer, please, for this to go with the officer's recommendation to approve? Councillor Heinrich. And seconder? Councillor Kershaw. So this is to go for the officer's recommendation to approve this planning application for Holt. Matthew, can you go through, please, the voting?
Yep. Okay. So 4 against, abstain as before. Councillor Brown.
4.
Councillor Cushing.
4.
Councillor Fisher.
4.
Councillor Fitch-Tillett.
4.
Councillor Fredericks.
4.
Councillor Grove-Jones.
4.
Councillor Heinrich.
4.
Councillor Kershaw.
4.
Councillor Lloyd.
4.
Councillor Mancini-Boyle.
4.
Councillor Pearce.
4.
Councillor Toy.
4.
And Councillor Yassimi.
4.
Okay, that's unanimously 4.
Thank you. Thank you, members. That again was quite a difficult one, and we rely on our team to sort out the various requests that you've made. Thank you, Mr. Smith. And if you can take that recommendations back to your superiors. Okay, right. Now, shall we have a 15-minute break? Now it's 12:30. And I'll see you back again at 1:45, and we'll polish off the next 2. All right.
Chair, I just wonder if I can...
Excuse me. Excuse me. I forgot. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I have to tell everybody that I could be really cross with him here because he's going to desert us and go off to Great Yarmouth, but Rob is going to leave us at the end of December, and I shall miss him dreadfully because I always used to go up to him with most awful questions about the major planning applications, and he's been so polite. I can't believe it. And we shall admit he's been a fantastic addition to our planning team, and I wish we could sort of handcuff him to the desk so he couldn't go. But thank you so much, and best wishes to you, Rob, in your new career. I hear you have you're being promoted, which you greatly deserve. And I shall miss you. I shall miss your presence. And in fact, I miss everybody now because we can't get into the district council offices very easily. But I shall miss you, and I hope you have a really good, pleasant and productive time at Great Yarmouth.
Well, thank you, Chair. I wasn't actually going to mention that, but that's kind of you to say. I think though whilst we're all internet superstars these days, I think just in case anyone wants to revisit this in the annals of history, I would just like to point out that so much work was done on this HALT application by Sarah Hinchcliffe before me, and I think that needs to be noted. And also on the Fakenham scheme, I would like to, well, as well as thanking everybody on the committee and my friends and colleagues as well, I just want to acknowledge the efforts put in by previous district councillors, Councillor Reynolds and Councillor Clausen Reynolds, and also other members who've helped me across the district, such as Councillor Sue Arnold when they were around. So it has been an enjoyable 5 years now that time has flown, and I'd like to extend all my thanks to everybody across the member portfolio holder portfolio. So thank you, everybody. I think you're in good hands, and I'll look forward to coming frolicking in the new county wildlife site in Holt in the future. One other thing, actually, the way that we discussed the Fakenham application and its renewable energy was a really inspiring debate, and I enjoyed that. But I ended it thinking I wish I could have said a little bit more to provide a little bit comfort about the 10% provision. And the reason it's 10%, 10% is like an industry standard. It recognises that to provide 10% renewable energy, you need 40% of the dwellings within a development to provide renewable energy. And that's a significant number of dwellings. And what I should have said is that whilst it's 10%, it doesn't sound a lot, but actually 40% of the dwellings within the site still amounts to in the region of 380, maybe 400 houses that would have renewable energy features, whether that's panels or air source heat pumps, or something that the future technologies might dictate. And that will help secure like a mindset within future residents, and also make a significant contribution to reducing the energy through carbon sources. So I think that's worth noting, and I apologise that I didn't necessarily mention that previously, but
we forgive you, Rob. We forgive you.
But thank you very much, and I'll leave now. And if we do see each other in person, I'll come and say goodbye personally. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You're leaving as well now, Jeff, aren't you? So members, can you please come back at just gone 1:45? Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye for now. Will you be speaking on this one, Kathy, or are you just sitting in?
I'm just here sitting in, and I'll sort of chip in if I feel there's something that needs emphasising, really.
Okay, fine.
But Jane's doing the presentation on it.
Yeah, I know she's doing the presentation.
Yep. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Just to warn you that we are live at the moment, Kathy. We're on YouTube. In fact, I'm usually the one that forgets, but still. Andrew, I got the agenda for Mondays came thumping through the letterbox this morning.
I haven't got mine yet. I know Kathy's going to be involved quite a bit on Monday morning. Is that right, Kathy?
Yeah, we've got the landscape character assessment adoption is on, yeah. And I think we've got some of the environment policies as well in the emerging plan.
But this is it. Look. Yeah. Not sure I can get into it.
That's another weekend taken up, Pauline.
It is another weekend. Plus we've got full council.
And overview and scrutiny.
And overview and scrutiny. Oh, the joys of being a councillor.
Has it started yet?
No, not yet, my love. No, we're not started yet. Just opening it up. I thought it would be my Christmas present. Planning policy. There it is.
Yeah.
It's 285 pages. Soon whip through that on Sunday morning. We'll be all right.
Read it before you eat your bacon and eggs, Pauline.
Yeah. I thought I'd lost sound for a minute, but I haven't got these on.
I'd give special attention to the North Walsham bit on my behalf, please, Pauline.
Well, we will do. Are you not going to come in on Monday?
Oh, most definitely.
I was going to say.
Yes, I think we're going to find several representatives from Town Council, Regenerate, and others present as well.
We went through this yesterday. We went through this yesterday with Mark, Andrew, and myself. So I have actually been through most of it, so it won't be quite so horrendous as, reading everything verbatim again. So fantastic work, I have to say, that officers do on the work that's given in these packs. I've said to Philip, it has improved tremendously over this last 18 months, 2 years. Really has. The standard has risen, and the detail, tremendous. I give praise where it's due.
I'll let the officers know. And
well, praise where it's due. I think we all think the same, basically. I hope we do, but there we go.
Very, very thorough and informative, and thank you to everybody concerned.
Yeah, I second those remarks as well, Philip. Excellent work on the part of officers.
Even I understand it.
That's saying something, Andy.
Oh dear.
Gentlemen, we're a little bit over. It's 12:47.
Right, are we all here, Matt?
Yeah, it looks as all the members are back. Yep.
Right, if we'd like to crack on then. Welcome back from our very brief lunch break. much to Angie's disgust. She's making a face there. We now pass on to application PF /20/1202 Stiff Key on page 127 of your pack. And to you, Officer Owen will present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. The next item is item 9 in the agenda, reference PF 20/1202, set out on pages 127 to 140 in the report pack, together with accompanying presentation slides. The proposal is for the conversion of former Army training buildings into 4 holiday lets suitable for disabled persons off Greenway, Stiff Key. The application is a resubmission of a similar application which was refused for the reasons set out on page 127 of the report. The site lies off the A149 Wells Road at the northern end of Greenway, accessed by a long access track on the west side of Greenway. High Sand Creek Caravan Park and associated buildings lie on the east side of Greenway. The site lies outside the settlement limit of Stiff Key within the countryside. It is also within the Norfolk Coast area of outstanding natural beauty, within the designated undeveloped coast area, and within 200 metres of Stiff Key salt marshes, which make up part of Blakeney National Nature Reserve, which is covered by a number of internationally and nationally recognised designations, namely Site of Special Scientific Interest, Ramsar Site, Special Protection Area and Special Area of Conservation. The application is referred to committee at the request of the ward member who supports the proposals for the reasons set out on page 129 of the report. In summary, that there is a trade-off between landscape considerations and the diversification of a rural business, that the proposal would not be any more intrusive than the existing structures, and alternative agricultural buildings would be more intrusive and likely generate more traffic. Before I go into the main issues for consideration, there is one correction to the report. On page 131, under the heading Human Rights Implications, the second paragraph should read, refusal of this application as recommended is considered to be justified, not approval. So moving on to the main issues for consideration. These are the principle, design, landscape and environmental considerations, ecology and highways. In terms of the principle, the site is within countryside. However, it is for the reuse of buildings for tourism purposes and is therefore acceptable in principle under policies SS2 and EC2. However, policy EC2 also requires the proposal must accord with other policies which aim to protect the biodiversity, amenity and the character of the area, which are discussed in detail in the report, and I'll talk a little bit later more about shortly. So briefly, in terms of design, the officers do not consider there are any overriding concerns in design, as the existing footprint and form of the buildings would be largely maintained with external alterations utilising existing openings. In terms of landscape environmental considerations, these are discussed in detail on pages 133 to 136 of the report. The issues cover 3 areas which interlink and overlap, but these are worth talking a little bit about. These are the impact on the AONB, the impact on the landscape, and impact on the designated undeveloped coast. The 3 relevant core strategy policies are policies EN1, EN2 and EN3. Policy EN1 requires that proposals must not detract from the special qualities of the Norfolk Coast AONB unless it can be demonstrated they cannot be located on alternative sites that would cause less harm and the benefits clearly outweigh any adverse impacts. Policy EN2 requires the protection and enhancement of landscape and settlement character, and that proposals should be informed by and be sympathetic to the distinctive landscape character areas identified in the North Norfolk Character Assessment and features identified in relevant settlement character studies. policy EN3 requires that within undeveloped coast only development that can be demonstrated to require a coastal location and that will not be significantly detrimental to the open coastal character will be permitted. So in terms of the AONB, in officer's opinion, the domestication of the site through the conversion of the buildings to holiday accommodation, which would involve introducing domestic features into the landscape, such as cars, people and light, will have an adverse impact on the special qualities of the AONB. In particular, its defined qualities of tranquility, sense of remoteness and wildness, and the strong and distinctive links between land and sea, and will have significant impacts with respect to light pollution. So moving on to landscape. In relation to landscape, the site is defined in the North Norfolk Landscape Character Assessment as rolling open farmland, but it's also very close to two other landscape types, Stiffkey River Valley and open coastal marshes. Key characteristics of the rolling open farmland type include an open homogeneous character with expansive views gained from the high level topography, low cut hedgerows, lack of woodland cover, large field sizes and a sparse, strongly nucleated settlement pattern. The site is heavily influenced by and influences on the adjacent open coastal marshes landscape type to the north. Many of the valued features and qualities of the rolling open farmland and open coastal marshes landscape types are considered to positively contribute to the key qualities of the AONB. These valued features and qualities include an open, expansive rural character with a sense of remoteness and tranquility and an undeveloped coastal character, which if diluted or adversely affected would detrimentally change the character of the landscape. It is considered the development would significantly detract from the valued features and qualities of both the rolling open farmland and the open coastal marshes landscape character types, and the proposal would therefore fail to comply with policy EN2. And finally, in terms of landscape considerations, undeveloped coast. In relation to the undeveloped coast designation, the proposal has failed to justify that a coastal location is required and is therefore not compliant with policy EN3. So in conclusion, in terms of landscape, notwithstanding that some mitigation proposals in relation to lighting and landscaping form part of the revised proposal, it's still considered the application fails to accord with core strategy policies EN1, EN2 and EN3 and paragraphs 172 and 173 of the NPPF. Next, I just want to highlight some issues around the ecological matters. In terms of ecology, the issue is discussed in the report on pages 136 and 137, but I would just like to highlight that the absence of an ecological assessment was cited as a reason for refusal of the previous application and has not been addressed as part of this submission. The lack of an ecological assessment, given the nature and the location of the development and its proximity to the North Norfolk Coast habitat sites, could result in an adverse effect on the interest features of those sites, either directly or indirectly, as explained in the report. As a competent authority under the Conservation and Habitats and Species Regulations 2017, the Council has a duty to have regard to the regulations and determine if the development is likely to result in a significant effect on the habitat sites. The absence of an assessment does not enable the Council to fully determine the presence or otherwise of protected species and the extent that they may be affected by the proposed development, and the application therefore fails to meet the requirements of policy EN9, paragraphs 172, 173, 174 and 175 of the NPPF, nor does it meet the statutory duty under the Habitats and Species Regulations. Finally, the Highways Authority maintained their previous objections to the proposal on the grounds of highway safety, which are discussed on pages 137 and 138 of the report. I just want to touch on briefly the information provided to members yesterday on behalf of the applicant. The information provided gives an indication of the existing levels of use very little of which has altered recently, with perhaps the exception of the Boat Museum. In terms of the junction of Greenway with the A149 Wells Road, consideration needs to be given as to whether the junction is suitable for the increased use, which the Highways Authority find it not to be. This is particularly relevant given the stature of the main road onto which it emerges. The appeal decision provided by the applicant's agent is fundamentally different from this application site and relates to a visibility display of 75 metres at a 2 metre setback, which is far greater than the visibility available in this instance, and therefore is not directly comparable to consideration of this site. The application is recommended for refusal for the reasons set out on pages 139 and 140 of the report. That concludes my presentation. We do have some drone footage to show you now, which I hope will be helpful to put the site in some context.
Okay, I'll just bring that up now. Does everyone want to let me know if they can see that?
I can see a blue screen. Here we are, drone footage. Here we go.
Here we go.
Okay, so it's quite short, but I'll talk you through as we go. So these are the buildings set in their context. We're moving around to the east elevation, moving around to the north. The main thing to point out is that this gives a real flavour of the agricultural landscape in this location and the absence of development generally. So moving around to the east side. And as we pan round in the distance, you'll see the campsite on the other side of Greenway and its associated buildings, which I think have been there for a significant period of time. We also get some glimpses of the open coastal marshes. That always catches me out. It goes quickly to the next bit. So this is the access from Greenway and some views looking south. Again, there's an absence of development at the northern end of Greenway. The main built form is at the southern end. Again, this is moving up the access from Greenway, very much an agricultural landscape, very open. And we're just going to go up the access from Greenway. There is some planting, some tree cover, as you can see there as we pan up the vehicle access track, but very much open fields either side. And you can see the buildings now coming into view. And entering the site, as it says, panning round and some closer views of the buildings themselves when we get there. So that's the northern elevation. Some closer views of the salt marshes to the north of the site from the Norfolk Coast Path. And finally, some views of the site from the Norfolk Coast Path, which sits between the edge of the fields which surround the buildings and the salt marshes. Some views towards the site from the coast path. Again, an absence of development in this locality. And this is the path which leads directly from the Norfolk Coast Path up to the buildings. As we pan out, this gives you can see the path that we've just been taken along to the north, which goes between the buildings and the open and the marshes. And again, panning round, I think you get a real sense of the undeveloped character and agricultural nature of this area. And finally, you can you might have just got a glimpse of the buildings on the campsite when it finished.
Yes, we did. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so that's my presentation concluded. I do have, if you'd like me to read them now, some comments made by the ward member who unfortunately can't attend the meeting. Would you like me to read?
Well, can we just?
We should take those before debate, if we could.
Yeah. Kathy, did you want to say anything at this point?
Thank you. No, I think Jane has emphasised really the sensitive nature of this landscape. So the other key thing to emphasise is the real undeveloped nature of the west side of the Greenway at this point. And the idea that to convert to holiday lets would be assimilated into the landscape doesn't fit with the special qualities of the OMB, the landscape character, and the emphasis is not only on visual impact and landscape impact, it's also about increased human activity and disturbance onto the designated sites that Jane has mentioned, and the fact that this may remain as an agricultural use is really entirely appropriate, given that it's surrounded by arable land. So to be agricultural storage is an appropriate use of the buildings on the site. Otherwise, I think Jane has covered all the other aspects of concern that we have. Thanks.
Sorry, Pauline, I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. I'm going to ask you, Jane, to read out Councillor Ward's comments when it's appropriate in the list of people who wish to speak.
Okay, fine.
Did you want to say anything, Philip, at this point?
No, Chairman, other than if we take the ward councillors' comments immediately before we go into debate. That's what we would normally take them in on.
That's right. Anything to say, Noel, at all on this one?
Nothing from me, Chair. Thank you.
Right. So if we could then go to speakers. Nobody from parish, Linda, as far as I know?
No, I have nobody from the parish.
No opposition speaker?
Nobody speaking in opposition. Just
But we have,
Mr. Stone in support.
yes, we have Mr. Stone, a supporting speaker. Good afternoon. Mr.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
You have 3 minutes as and when you speak, and then we will deem you, tell you that that's it. So
thank you.
Off you go.
Good afternoon, members, and thank you for sparing me the time. You've heard a great deal of talk about this detracting from the landscape. The fact is, it's there already. Whilst we talked about the openness of the view and everything else, I took the liberty of sending you some pictures which were taken from the coastal path, where in actual fact you can't actually see this building at all. So I'm not quite sure where the domestication of it and the impact of the domestication comes in. The buildings currently are actually used for boat storage. They're not used for agricultural. The area around it, as you can see, is used for agricultural storage of materials, machinery, etc., etc. I wasn't aware, we haven't been requested for an ecological. What I would ask, though, if members are inclined to look at this in a positive manner, that it's deferred to give us time to do that. There is a considerable expense in doing an ecology survey. So if it's going to be a negative, then we have to balance that up. In terms of light pollution, we've put a considerable effort into a lighting scheme that will absolutely minimise the lighting there. As agricultural buildings, they are allowed lighting, and most agricultural takes place at night now anyway. these are quite important historic buildings, I think. You know, they are part of the historic Norfolk coast. The path that leads up to these buildings is private, and it will give people access. Wells and Blakeney are some 3 miles walk along the coastal path from this area, and I think people will be encouraged to walk and use those coastal paths. I realised the point about the highways appeal was actually not about the distances, it was more about the manual streets. There has never been an accident at that junction in 21 years. You know, there's 100 campsite places, plus all the other vehicular movements, plus all the other twitchers that turn up. Yet there has never been an accident. And as you well know, that, you know, to refuse on highways grounds, you have to show that there is a severe detriment to highways impacts. So to sum up, this is an existing building. It will preserve a historic part of this camp. It can't be seen in the landscape. You can't see it from the driveways. We've put in a considerable landscaping scheme to make sure that any domestication can't be seen in the fact of cars. There is no highways impact. Yes, we will realise that, you know, we would need to do
3 minutes.
Survey. Thank you.
Chairman, if we could take the views of the ward member at this point.
Sorry, Pauline, you are muted again.
Sorry, Philip, I was just trying to say, would Jane read out the ward members' comments? I do apologise, I keep muting myself.
Okay, so Councillor Ward's comments. She says, I am in favour of the repurposing of the existing buildings, as the alternative agricultural structures would have a much greater visual impact on the landscape and would also increase large machinery and lorry traffic along the beach road. This small discrete reuse of existing historic structures is a low-key diversification for a local farming family and is in keeping with the campsite on the opposite side of the road. I hope the committee will support this rural diversification with a scheme which minimises its visual impact but boosts local economic activity in this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. I now pass to members. Does anybody wish to speak? Yes, Councillor Fitch-Tillett. Can I just, wait a minute, Angie. Councillor Heinrich. Councillor Kershaw. Anybody else? Councillor Toy. Councillor Lloyd. Is that it, Matt?
Yeah, I don't see any more hands raised at the moment.
Right, thank you. Councillor Fitch-Tillett, if you'd like to start.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank Jane for her excellent report, and I did find, and I'm sure everybody else found, the zone footage very, very helpful. Highlighted all the concerns, and I would like, as I speak on behalf of, as Chairman of the Norfolk Coast Partnership, to absolutely endorse all the comments they've made, and thank you, Cathy, for your support. Beginning at the bottom of page 130. I do know this site very, very well. I've visited several times going to see rescue wooden boats, and if you haven't been to see that yet, I thoroughly commend that you do so. It's interesting about the military history, because I believe these were built to house the army who used that particular site near actually to rescue wooden boats in the campsite for gun training during the Second World War. So the whole site is absolutely fascinating. Now, it's quite obvious from the report that we have to support the officer's recommendation to refuse this. I'm very sorry for the applicant. However, we've got all, we've got light pollution, even down for once I actually agree with county highways. That corner where you turn into that site is a total nightmare. particularly now that we're experiencing a lot more visitors along the A149. So I will support the officer recommendation, and I'm quite happy to propose it, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I'll put you down as proposing acceptance of officer's recommendation for refusal. Councillor Heinrich.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've struggled to see anything favourable about this application, and Officer Owen's information has confirmed that. What we've basically got is some temporary World War II buildings, very poor condition. Quite how they've survived, I'm not too sure. And in my view, there are somewhat dubious historical significance. The site is isolated from the village, access is poor, it will be visible, particularly when there's lighting. We've already found good reasons to refuse it, and certainly the idea that it's for disabled, I give no weight to. We have no control over that. I just cannot see anything, and I'm quite I'm quite happy to second the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Heinrich. I put you down as seconding the proposal. I now go to Councillor Kershaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say the drone footage was very, very useful, but I'm conflicted in that there is already a large campsite closer to the salt marsh than this building. My concerns would be if this is refused, those buildings could be demolished and an agricultural building placed there, which could actually attract more traffic, heavy traffic down that beltway. I think the applicant has tried to mitigate for lighting, so I would vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Toy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, whilst I understand all the arguments, I will come along with Councillor Kershaw. Actually, the other side, the campsite, I'm actually looking on Google Maps here. We have Samphire Holiday Cottage, Mulberry Cottage and Hawthorne Cottage. So there actually are buildings already there, the other side of the campsite. And it's the words of significant, significant effect on habitat, severe effect on roadways. When we've got a car park there, a caravan site, I think someone said it was a boat museum. I can certainly see boats there. The fact that we've not had accidents on the road, is it going to have severe or significant impact? And also, actually, if it has access to the coastal path and there is the facilities for disabled people to be there, I actually think, for me personally, on balance, and it has to be on balance, as the ward member has said, that actually I would accept it up. So I would go against the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Officer Lloyd, Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have sympathy with this application, but I'm afraid I just can't support it in the lack of an ecological assessment report. We're all surmising, it seems to me, what impacts there would be, but we need a professional to carry out that work for us, and so we can do a formal assessment. So as it stands, I will go with the officers on this.
Thank you. Anybody else? Just a minute, if I'm booted now. Anybody else wish to speak on this? Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I will go with the officer's recommendation on this. I have sympathy with the applicant. It is very laudable to be providing holiday accommodation for disabled visitors. But I think these buildings are only in their location because the Ministry of Defence were exempt from planning controls. And I wouldn't be comfortable with their use being intensified for any other purpose. And I think that Councillor Lloyd makes a very good point that we would need a detailed ecological report in view of the location of this site in the middle of the undeveloped coast, which we all know is extremely precious and a highly sensitive area in our district. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Philip, do you want to say anything on this?
Just a quick point, Chairman. And with regard to alternative permitted development uses for these buildings, members, please be directed that this lies in the AONB and as such is in the country's most restrictive areas of permitted development, new uses and new buildings. And so from that point of view, alternatives that may be weighed against it, we don't have any alternatives to consider today as a fallback position. We simply have the buildings as they stand as the fallback position. So the permitted development allowances, I would suggest to you members, are an issue that would need to be explored through any further submission. And of course, as officers, we will be pleased to assist the landowner with what permitted development allowances may enable on that site. But I would caution members that permitted development allowances in AONB settings are the most restricted in terms of national parks and AONB settings. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Noel, have you anything to add?
Just to endorse what Philip said there, nothing more. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, if you look at the maps that we were provided with, it is in an extremely sensitive area. And I think we really do have to consider our coast, our AONB, our triple SIs, etc. Once we let one through, then we start chipping away at our coastline. So that's just my own personal view. So I'm going to, has everybody spoken who wishes to speak?
I believe Councillor Lloyd has a hand raised.
Yeah, Councillor Lloyd, I'm going to let you come back.
Just briefly, it's just picking up on something the applicant said. He mentioned he would go for deferment. I just wondered if we could explore that with him or not, or just go for the vote. I'll leave it to you, Chair.
Philip, I think you can come back.
We have to vote on the substantive motion, which is the recommendation in front of us first. And then following that, we may open that discussion to amendment or alternative motions.
Fair enough. So we have the officer's recommendation to refuse for the reasons given on pages 139 and 140. And it has been supported by Councillor Fitch-Tillett and seconded by Councillor Heinrich. This is to go for refusal. Can I please have the roll call, Matt?
Okay, yeah. Councillor Brown?
For.
Councillor Cushing?
For.
Councillor Fisher?
For.
Councillor Fitch-Tillett?
For.
Councillor Fredericks?
For.
Councillor Grove-Jones?
For.
Councillor Heinrich?
For.
Councillor Kershaw?
Against.
Councillor Lloyd?
For.
Councillor Mancini-Boyle?
For.
Councillor Pearce?
For.
Councillor Toy?
Against.
And Councillor Yassimi?
For.
Okay, so that's 11 in favour of the officer's recommendations and 2 against.
Thank you. So the officer's recommendation has been carried. I think, Philip, that you said that there is some leeway for them to come back and discuss various things with you regarding the ecological assessment.
Chairman, this is an existing group of buildings. We talked about their historic importance. We talked about permitted development allowances. Following the refusal, of course, we'll be very happy to speak directly with the building's owners and look at those issues. Obviously, they now have the right to appeal against the council's decision. So respectively, that may be a debate that happens post any appeal decision, which could then obviously frame alternatives at that point. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stone, for coming. Now we pass on to the last application. If we're ready, are we ready? Are you here, Darryl?
Yes, I'm here, Chair. Thank you.
Right. Where are you? I can't see you. Oh, there you are. Right. Okay, fine. So if we could please turn to page 141. This is Thorpe Market, PF /20/1037. And it is being presented by Officer Watson.
Okay, Thank you, Chair. Yes, the site is at Thorpe Market at Hall Farm Barns, it's Station Road. The proposal is for a detached 2-storey dwelling and a detached garage. The site is on the to the southeast of Thorpe Market, the main part of the village, as shown on the general location plan in the presentation, and to the south of Southreps. Gunton Station is just to the northeast. There is a primary school that's referred to in the applicant statement further to the east near the junction of Lower Street. The site location plan and the aerial photos show the site in more detail, which is located to the west of the complex of barns that have planning permission for conversion to dwellings, the first of which have been converted and now occupied. The site itself was formerly occupied by the farmhouse with which the barns were associated, which as can be seen on the historic photo in the presentation pack, if you've got that in front of you. I can't refer to the page number because my version hasn't got page numbers on, but it's the old black and white photo in the presentation. This dwelling was demolished sometime between the mid-1970s and 1980s, the exact date of which is not known, and but vestiges of it remain. The proposed dwelling would reflect the siting and design of the former farmhouse as shown on the proposed site plan and elevations in the presentation pack. So turning to the main issues as set out on page 143 of the agenda, the proposal is considered to be acceptable in terms of its design, the effect on the character and appearance of the area, living conditions, highways and parking. The proposed development is, however, unacceptable in principle as the site is located within the area designated as countryside under policy SS1 of the core strategy. The types of development that can be acceptable in this area in principle are listed under policy SS2, but new market dwellings are restricted to ensure sustainable patterns of development. For the reasons discussed on page 144 of the agenda, this is not considered to be a sustainable location, and as such, future occupiers of the dwelling would have a high reliance on the private car to access the full range of basic services. The relatively close proximity of Gunton Station is noted, but to reach it on foot would involve walking along the access road from Hall Farm and then along Church Road, Station Road, which has no footways and is unlit. The recommendation is therefore one of refusal as set out on page 146 of the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you. We now go to parish. No submission as far as I know. Linda?
No, we have no submission from the parish council. In fact, we have no public speakers at all, but we do have a statement from the applicant, which I believe I was going to read out.
Darryl, are you reading that out?
Yes, Chair. Yeah.
If you would, please.
Okay, this is a statement made by the applicant, Mr. Mark Mays. Firstly, he thanks you for the opportunity to present a statement in support of the application. He says the Hall Farm group of buildings have made a valuable contribution to the character and distinctiveness of the North landscape for the last 150 years or so. The group contained a farmhouse until it was demolished for reasons unknown by the County Council between the mid-1970s and mid-1980s, leaving an area of vacant land that is not part of the approved bar conversion scheme and is slowly falling into disuse and becoming untidy. The Antingham and Southreps Primary School is less than half a mile away. It has a preschool playgroup, and one of the families occupying a newly converted barn walks their child to the school. Thorpe Market rail station is close by where a restaurant will shortly open, and there is a shop in Southreps about a mile away. The adjacent former farm buildings are currently being converted into 9 residential units, and the application seeks to re-establish the former farmhouse with a building of very similar design and scale as the original farmhouse, and so complete the group of former farm buildings in their traditional landscape setting. The council's planning officers agree that the detailed design aspects of the proposed house are acceptable, but are objecting primarily on the grounds that it conflicts with policies SS1 and SS2, and that these policy objections outweigh the benefits of the application. The applicant's conservation architect, who is a recognised expert on conservation matters, takes a different view and believes that the benefits of the application include restoring the local character and distinctiveness of this group of non-designated former farm buildings, using local materials and traditional detailing to be sympathetic to the local character, restoring the integrity of this group of 19th century former farm buildings and ensuring their survival in the traditional landscape setting. The committee is asked to share the views of the applicant's conservation architect and the local member, Councillor Pearce, that this is an application where the benefits outweigh the policy objections and approve this application. That is the end of their statement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Darrell. I'm going to the local member, Councillor Pearce, if you'd like to talk.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, first of all, summing up to what the officer has just said, I draw your attention, please, to page 142 of our agenda today. The main thing that worries me, that asked me to bring it forward, was the harm is a grey area. It is how much of a harm that one considers that's going to be done by the continuation of this development. I did discuss this and have discussed this with our Chief Planning Officer, and it is my opinion that I think that the harm is on the lesser side, and obviously therefore is much more acceptable than what it is under policy SS1. The application itself is very sensitive. There was buildings there up until the mid-70s. As I say, it would have been nice to have found out, if we could have, why they were demolished, but we haven't got that. But the applicant has decided through careful planning, preservation in the sense of trying to preserve historical content with the land and with the site, to use local materials, use the situation to in a way, reinstate possibly what was there before. And obviously, being that it was a farm building or a complex of farm buildings, they were working buildings. So therefore, I think, looking at this, that this is the most sensitive application. It's trying to reinvigorate, restore, and put back a little bit of what has been lost. And at the end of the day, you've got half a development here, which is, you've got people living there, families living there. You've got some use to the local school. I think it will be a benefit to the village, understanding that it's not a service village. But I see the fact that this application, contained within the site boundaries, would be very positive, would be a common sense application. And I think it's one that we could look at the grey area as a way of allowing this to go forward and to be completed. I do support the applicant on this, and I don't like going against officers. I find that very, very hard to do, because we do have an excellent team of officers. But my concern is here, it comes down to the actual harm in the grey area. I personally believe with the plans, the operation of what is being put in there is very low on the grey area of harm. So therefore, that is why I fully support. And I hope, just by discussion with other members, we had a barn not so long ago that had been running in and out for about a year, 18 months, 2 years, where we looked at it as a common sense approach. And I think if we do the same again, I'd like to see this go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. I now open it up to members. Does anybody wish to say anything here? Councillor Fitch-Tillett.
Thank you, Madam.
Just a minute.
Sorry.
I have to put down Councillor Toy, Councillor Heinrich. Anybody else? Councillor Kershaw. Councillor Cushing. And Councillor Yassimi. Is that it?
I think that's everyone, Madam Chairman.
I think it almost is, Angie. Right, off you go.
Question, probably for Philip or for Noel. In the back of my mind, I believe that a developer has the right to build a domestic dwelling if there is evidence where there was one before. Am I right on this?
If you could reply, Philip, about this one. I think you and I discussed this earlier.
All planning policy and law have to follow the local and national planning policy framework. So there is nothing enshrined in planning law that allows you to rebuild a building that may have been there many years ago and was largely demolished or lost. In fact, in planning law, the matter of abandonment, I think, here applies. There is no claim by the applicant that that building is in fact a dwelling. In fact, there is very little of that building or structure left. So it is clearly understood that the building is abandoned and residential use of that element of this site has been lost. So you are looking at effectively a new dwelling in the open countryside as described under SS1, SS2 in the earlier debate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If I may come back, Madam Chair, I just remember, and I cannot remember the name of the village where it, well, outside, where a bungalow had been somewhere, was demolished and rebuilt with something very beautiful that won an environment award or a planning award. Oh gosh, about 10, 15 years ago. And the reason why that was allowed was because there was evidence of a domestic dwelling before. So I just raised the question.
Thank you for that, Angie. I think we're just sitting here and absorbing that. But I think what Philip said is what is what we accept now. So it's a new build in the open countryside. It's simple as that. Okay, now I go on to Councillor Toy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to hear the debate through on this one. I'm a bit undecided because it is in the countryside, but I just wanted to raise the point. Often when we talk about stuff, we talk about sustainability, which is not just the fabric of the building, but it's about where it is. And actually, the school's half a mile away, as it says in the report. Within that half a mile, its bus is a pub and a railway station, which actually comes into Norwich or up to Cromer and North Walsham, and it's actually connected. So actually, in terms of connectivity, it's actually quite a well-connected place. But I'll leave it at that. I just wanted to raise that point for people to consider in their deliberations, as I remain undecided at the moment, but thank you.
Thank you. Well, now we go on to Councillor Heinrich.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Like some of my colleagues, I have some difficulty with this one. I can see clearly the argument for refusal on SS1, SS2, but then again, the proposed new build meets EN2 in 4, CT5 and CT6. And as Councillor Pearce has said, these farm complexes are typical of the area, and to put a farmhouse back does bring the whole thing back together. I'm not convinced, though, that there's good accessibility up to Southrup's, to the station on a narrow road with a dangerous bridge. Yes, you could walk to the school, but it's across fields. It is still an isolated location, and it is out in the countryside. There is no existing building or even a ruin to rebuild. It is a vacant site that we know did contain a farmhouse. There are photographs to prove it, but there is nothing remains now, not even walls or any useful walls that could be construed as part of a building. Therefore, I will go with the officer's recommendation. I'm happy to propose that. Thank you.
You're proposing it all right. Councillor Kershaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to concur with Councillor Heinrich. If there was any building there to convert, it would be a different matter, but there are no remains there. So for me, it's quite clear within policy that it's building in the countryside and it's contrary to SS1, SS2. I'm happy to second the officer's recommendation.
Second, Kershaw. Thank you. Councillor Cushing.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Probably like others, I'm conflicted as well. I mean, I can see it does contravene SS1, SS2, but as Councillor Heinrich said, there are a multitude of other planning policies it meets. clearly there are other buildings on the site as well. So, and you look at the design, it's not incongruous with those as well. So there must be reasonable access to it. So on that basis, I'm possibly minded to, and I think it's 55-45, minded to go against the officer recommendation. But it's a close call. I could understand people taking a different view, but that's probably where I will fall. Thank you.
Officer Yassini?
This is an interesting one. My answer has already been acknowledged by Philip from Angie. I was going to ask the same question of an existing building. Nigel, I hear what you are saying about the grey area. What am I voting for? Who knows? I will make up my mind when it comes to it.
Anybody else wish to speak here? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to concur with Councillor Heinrich and with Councillor Kershaw. Unfortunately, because there is so little remaining of the original building, it wouldn't fall within Part Q restoration-wise and be justified on those grounds. And it must be incredibly frustrating for any neighbouring properties who can remember back before the mid-1970s when there was a dwelling there, to not have one now to replace it. I understand that fully, and it's incredibly challenging for them. And I think they are to be congratulated that they have attempted to propose a scheme which is of an appropriate design. But unfortunately, I think there aren't any material considerations which rail against or mitigate against policy SS1 and SS2. And because of its remoteness, unfortunately, I'm not going to support development on this occasion, and I will be going with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think we just have to reinforce the fact that this is a new build in the open countryside. The buildings next to this plot of, looks like gravel or something, are barn conversions, which are allowed in the countryside. So I think we have to be aware of this. So I just leave that with you. Any concluding remarks, Philip?
Just very
Anything
quickly, members, the Chairman. This is an open countryside location. Failure to comply with SS1 and SS2 does carry some significant material weight. You would need really strong justification to depart from those two policies. And as Councillor Pearce suggested, harm is certainly one of those considerations. But to depart from those policies, you would either have to find that this is an otherwise sustainable location with excellent linkages. You might remember, members, we had a large caravan site in North Walsham very recently, which was well connected to the town and did have really good services on its doorstep. I'm not sure that this one follows that, and therefore the recommendation is clear on that point. And then finally, if you are not convinced that it is an otherwise sustainable location, you would need to be convinced that there is a significant wider public benefit to the rebuilding of that dwelling. Those are the tests that you would need to consider, but I have to say that SS1 and SS2 do carry significant weight. They are our locational strategies. This is a rural district. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Noel, have you anything to say? I see your hand, Nigel. I'll come back to you. No?
Yes, decisions as a matter of law must be taken in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. The previous existence of a residential use on a planning unit may be a material consideration that could indicate otherwise. However, you have the issue of abandonment of planning use. There are a number of tests to establish abandonment. Amongst them are the intention of the owner at the time, the extent of works, the period of time for which the use has not been lays dormant. And I think there's little doubt here that the residential use of that planning unit has been abandoned, and it is a planning unit that lies in an area designated as countryside, to which the clear policy implications have been explained.
Thank you, Noel. Nigel, are you going to just have a very quick comeback? I don't normally allow this, but you are the local member.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman. I was obviously taking the whole application, looking at the historic photograph, which I do ask members to have a look at. If you look at it, it was a fairly substantial construction site, not construction site, but a site constructed as a working farm or whatever. And if you look at that historic photo, I'd like to know when that was actually taken, because looking at the conversions that we've got now, and the design, it is remarkably similar. So I do see, I know you can't replace history, but I think that you can add character and replace character. And at the end of the day, I do think that putting this building back is a very, very low grey area on harm, because the physical evidence, the factual evidence is a building of that type was already there. I understand about abandonment. I do understand what you're saying, but I was asking for us to look at common sense. We would be completing a site, not leaving it half done. I think that it would be a most sensitive application. And at the end of the day, it would round off the site to basically what it was. We're not asking to put other buildings. That's all I'm saying to you. It's this grey area of harm, Madam Chairman, that I consider.
Right. Can I just point out that this site was owned by Norfolk County Council. It's one of their farms. They've got several in Norfolk, as we know. They demolished the farmhouse. There was obviously some good reason for it. So it was abandoned. Now, this was done, 30, 40 years ago. If they'd wished to rebuild, they would have rebuilt it. It is in the open countryside. I hear what you're saying, those of you who are against the officer's recommendation. But that open space, which is by the side of the barns, could be repurposed for other things. It could be grassed over, made into flower beds. I don't know, but we have to judge this on what's presented before us, as Noel said. It's an abandonment, and therefore we have to vote on the officer's recommendation, which is to refuse for the reasons given. So can I please now pass to the vote? Are we all right with that? Philip, did you want to add anything else? Noel, you're okay with that? Right. Matt, can we go to the vote, please?
Yep. Okay. Councillor Brown?
For.
Councillor Cushing?
Against.
Councillor Fisher?
Peter?
You're mute.
Yes, I muted myself. For.
Hey, Councillor Fitch-Tillett?
For.
Councillor Fredericks?
For.
Councillor Grave-Jones?
For.
Councillor Heinrich?
For.
Councillor Kershaw?
For.
Councillor Lloyd?
For.
Councillor Mancini-Boyle?
Low battery, against.
Councillor Pearce?
Against.
Councillor Toy?
For.
And Councillor Yassimi?
Against.
So that's 9 for the officer's recommendation, and is it 4 against?
Thank you. That has been, the refusal has been accepted. So there we go. My goodness, we've had a marathon today, haven't we? Are we staying live for the next bit, which is the appeals section, Matt? Or
As far as I'm aware, there's no reason to stop the live stream unless you say otherwise, Philip.
It's substantively part of the public agenda, so we should
okay, fine.
do the live stream. Thank you.
If we can then go on.
Thank you, Chairman. It has been a very long meeting today. So with regard to the appeals section on page 147 onwards, what I propose to do is to take each section, and I'll take each section as read, So we will go first to the new appeals section at the top of page 147. I'm going to ask members to raise their hand if they want to speak on any of those new appeals received. On that basis, we'll move on next to section B, which is inquiries and hearings in progress. Members, I can update you on the first of those items. We have received the inspector's decision on Field Dalling after the publication of this agenda. This was a very important case for the District Council. It relates to an agricultural workers' dwelling. In this case, the inspector has gone against the council's refusal and has given planning permission. The reason that the case was approved is a detailed consideration that relates to the use of the existing dwelling on site by a retiring agricultural worker. And the inspector considered that the new dwelling proposed at Field Dalling would then satisfy the essential agricultural need on site. In essence, the inspector disagreed with officers and the District Council about the need to reuse the existing dwelling on site for the agricultural need that was there. Thank you, members. And on that basis, I would ask you then to raise any issues that you have on those other items directly by raising your hand on those remaining inquiries and hearings, please. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone raising their hand, so we'll then move on to written representations, appeals in hand on page 148, and there are a number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members. Do you wish to raise any of those appeals with me? Is there anything we can answer? I'm not seeing any hands raised. And then appeals decisions, we have 2 appeals decisions. You can see both of those appeals are dismissed at Aylmerton and Gimmingham. And again, members, if you have anything to raise, please raise your hands. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. That concludes the appeals section.
Sorry, Pauline, you're muted yet.
I'm trying to behave, you see, because normally I leave my thingy bob on. Go on to number 12. No more. I don't think there's any other urgent business, is there, that's come up? No exclusion of press and public. No private business.
Just one point to raise, Chairman. We normally talk about site visits for members. Obviously, members, we have our first remotely attended site visit next week. If any members have any issues that they would like to raise, if you would like to come back directly to me and copy Jeff Lyon into any issues surrounding that site inspection, and also Linda Yarham as well, we'll be very happy to coordinate that matter. And I will ask Jeff Lyon to circulate the officer's presentation beforehand to all members of the Development Committee and the ward members. Thank you, Chairman. If there are no other points to raise on that site visit, I would close at that.
Are we all right with that? Yes. Can we please have a postcode? Linda, can you send that round for Bacton Road where it is, please?
Yes, and could any other members who wish to go on the site visit, please let me know, because there are some people that haven't let me know yet. Thank you.
I think there are 1 or 2 of us who have got problems possibly on that day. So if you could let me know, or just let all of us know, the slots which have been occupied, Linda, so that then if we can make the visit, I think it's between, is it between 10 and 3 or 9 and 3, the slots?
It's between 9 and 3.
Right.
At the moment, I have spaces on all slots.
Right. Okay, fine. Yes, Nigel, what did you want to say?
Just want to ask, Madam Chairman and Mr. Rowson, looking at today's rather weighty agenda, we were not afforded the luxury of any of the town or parish councillors, whether they were for or against him, any applications. I find that very, very upsetting. Is it the fact that, and I'm asking this, that do they not care what's going on within their districts, within their towns, within their parishes? I would have thought, you know, whether they want to go against or support an application, their views would be paramount. And I was just amazed that all through these today, there was no very, very local representations. I just want that noted, please, because I think, you know, parish councils, town councils, etc., say they want to be consulted, say they want to look at the situation. They haven't shown me today or anybody else here that they're interested.
I think we did have a comment. Again.
Sorry, you just muted yourself, Pauline.
Oh God, we had a report from Holt Town Council which was circulated, which was mentioned in the presentation. But they're given. I agree, Nigel. They are given every opportunity to come forward with with a report, and it's up to them. So what more?
If I could just add, I'm not experiencing any less interest in planning matters from parish and town councils. I appreciate the point that we've had a long agenda today with very significant matters debated at some length by the committee, and I understand where that frustration may be coming from. But we also take those views in writing, and there were lengthy representations. It may be that the parish and town councils felt that those representations adequately covered their positions. So respectfully, that's what I'm seeing, but certainly we will always encourage parish and town councils to come to these meetings and speak. And I do appreciate that it's always helpful for members to hear directly from parishes and town councils at this meeting.
In fact, just very quick, Madam Chairman, thank you, Philip, for that. I raised the point, so I'll finish. Yes, I understand we do get written representations, but surely we're on Zoom, we're in the public, we're being streamed live. It surely would have been a benefit to them to even just reinforce, if they've given a written application, and to show the public that they're genuinely interested in person. That was all. After all, we're all here. We've had a very long meeting. We've had 2 breaks. Courtesy of yourself, Madam Chairman.
I think Nigel, we should just say thank you very much to everybody, and I'll see you. I won't see you next week. When are we having the training, Philip? Possibly, is it after?
There's no further meeting before Christmas, Chairman. I'm going to wish members a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Happy Christmas, everyone.
Happy Christmas, yes, happy Christmas.
Take a break and enjoy it.
We shall see a lot of you next week, so bye.
I'd also like to thank members for their attention and their dedication and diligence over what has been an extraordinarily long agenda. We may have training on the 14th of January to replace the committee, but if that is coming forward on the 14th, I'll speak directly with Councillor Toy and we will see what comes forward. I understand from the development management team there may be no items coming in. I've got a number of issues that I've discussed directly with Councillor Toy, and if there is going to be training rather than an agenda, I'll clearly update you at that point. But thank you very much, members, for today.
Thank you, and thank you for all the comments and for the officers' representations. I thought was excellent today.
And thank you, Chair, for your efforts. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye. Oh, right. Thank you. Bye.